Cultfigga TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao-Ming of Revolution. And we got to look at some shocking, disturbing details dealing with that military plane that ran into the civilian plane. But before we do that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, revolution is a way of life, and revolution is for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We got revolutionary work to do, y'all. We done already had to put the belt to the boule. So enough of that. Enough of disciplined shoe shiners like Silly Willy. Let's get back to our real work that we do here. Let's get into some geopolitical information to find out what the hell is going on with this particular plane crash. Salute, family. Salute to the revolutionaries in the building.
When it comes to the Black Hawk helicopter crashing into the American Airlines plane in Washington, D.C., there is actually something I wanted to talk about that I forgot to talk about in my previous video, and it has to do with what I saw and what I heard on the night of the crash, and it has to do with survivors from this crash. And like I said, I forgot all about this topic until I ran across this video by Strange Song on TikTok.
So what happened to the 4 survivors? For all those who aren't aware, a Black Hawk helicopter flew into an American Eagle plane on its way from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C. It was reported last night that there were 4 survivors that were pulled out of the water. Yet today, it's being reported that there's no survivors at all. Check it out.
As we were saying, so far what we know is that there are 4 victims who were taken to North Boathouse Fire Station at Reagan National Airport, which is south of the airport, and that's going to be kind of the gathering point as first responders try to find more people in the waters and any potential survivors.
Others are finding it strange that this was a Black Hawk helicopter that ran into an American Eagle.
Salute to my family down south. Yell up for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you.
Now, Black Hawk helicopters were named after Black Hawk, the Native American wartime chief. So you have the chief running into the eagle. We have the Eagles putting out this random tweet with a helicopter just days before this event happened. And you have the Chiefs versus the Eagles in the Super Bowl.
That's crazy. Hey, this is shocking. We just going over this stuff, man. What do y'all think about this? I told you they put it right in your face.
Super Bowl coming up. What are the odds, people?
Now, he does get into some other stuff like predictive programming, like we see with all forms of entertainment, something we really saw with 9/11. Now, I myself thought it was pretty strange that the Eagles would tweet out a photo of a helicopter after their most recent game. Some people thought that they were giving a shout out to Kobe Bryant, but why not just show his photo? Why show a picture of a helicopter, something that he lost his life in? But I really don't want to talk about that because I don't want to get into another rabbit hole or rabbit holes. I really just want to talk about what I heard on that night, because as you heard in that video, the news report kept mentioning victims, but I kept specifically hearing that there were survivors. They were using that word survivors in the news. Then I started to look it up myself, and I was like, am I going crazy? Because I know I heard the news talking about there were survivors. Now I can't find any news clips. I can't find any articles, nothing like that. But luckily, I was actually able to run across a news clip of them talking about the survivors. Now, I'm going to go ahead and play the news clip, but things are going to get very, very interesting.
Also, Paul Wagner is being told that they're being taken to the MPD helipad off South Capitol Street. So this is some good news that we know that those first responders are finding survivors there in those waters.
I mean, considering the fact that we saw the images from EarthCam of what looked like a fireball in the air when this American Eagle flight from Wichita, Kansas, as you're looking here, we're going to show it to you again. This American Eagle flight from Wichita, Kansas was supposed to land at Reagan National before 9, and witnesses reported seeing this fireball, and you can see it going into the Potomac River. We've been reporting tonight that there is a huge response on both sides of the Potomac tonight, with first responders, as Mark was showing us, in rescue boats, trying to navigate these dark waters in a very a difficult situation because of the unknown, but now news that there are 4 victims being taken to the North Boathouse Fire Station, and that's where any more victims who are recovered will be sent there.
Fox News would also talk about the survivors, but they would say that they were waiting for a confirmation. But this video is also very interesting because it gives a better look of how much time this Black Hawk helicopter had.
Into runway 33, I haven't looked at it, but they were clearly very close to landing, and the helicopter somehow got in the way.
Yeah, it did. John, stand by if you would. I want to bring in Armin Kurdi into the conversation because Armin is a specialty. We don't have Armin Kurdi, and we'll try to get him back. So, John, stay with us if you would. But,
sure.
But you know, we are now hearing, John, that from the NBC affiliate, again, we have not independently verified this, that 4 people were pulled from the water.
Now, it's always possible the news got it wrong, misinformation, they jumped the gun. That's always possible. But if you read this article here from MSN, and this is one of the last surviving articles that talk about the survivors, this article says that local TV station spots at least 4 pulled from water after DC plane crash. So they are saying they actually witnessed the survivors being pulled from the water. The article goes on to say, and I will go ahead and link the article below, but the article goes on to say that at least 4 people were reportedly rescued from the frigid Potomac River in Washington late Wednesday night after an American Airlines plane crashed into a United States Army Black Hawk helicopter, a local news station reports, even though it was the other way around. But anyway, a local news station reports NBC4, which had journalists lining the river as rescue operations were underway, reported the survivors were pulled from the 34-degree water and taken to the North Boathouse Fire Station located at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. So again, they were there, they were lined up, and they were witnessing these survivors coming out of the water and being taken away. I mean, that is very specific. And given the fact that they are a news station, I wonder if they filmed these survivors, people being pulled from the waters, getting up and walking around. And they went to interview these survivors or the people that rescued them, and they said that they are taking them to the fire station, and this video footage was suppressed. It had never gotten out. They were told to get rid of that video footage for a specific reason, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But I found this very interesting video clip from Fox News that talks about other video footage. But watch what happens.
In the news conference, also questions about how this could happen in the first place, how a helicopter would be able to collide with a commercial airliner, especially one that was being cleared into land at a very busy airport in D.C. We heard from the newly installed transportation secretary who said right now simply they have to focus on the search and rescue operation, but there will be that investigation led by the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, as well as the FAA, but it simply was too soon to tell what may have gone wrong. Yes, there's a lot of theories out there, and a lot of people are pointing, Jonathan and Kevin, to the video that has come out of this, because what's so surprising is that that's not usual for us to see in real time what happened. But because this airport is so closely watched in DC, all the local TV stations have cameras on it. A lot of people also, I've seen dash cameras from Ubers and stuff like that. There have been multiple angles of this crash caught on camera. That, yes, will be a huge help to investigate. Great teams.
So as you can see, as he starts to get into other video footage of different angles and so forth, they cut him right off. Now, yes, there has been other video footage that has come out that does show alternate angles, but perhaps he was also going to spill the beans about some other stuff that was seen and recorded. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't, but I guess you can't take that risk. So the thing is, why would they hide it? If there are survivors, that would be great news. Why would they try to hide that fact? Well, I mean, I highly doubt there would be survivors on the plane. So then it begs the question, who was actually on that helicopter? Was anybody on that helicopter? And again, these are just my theories. It's just a theory. I'm not saying this is what happened. For all we know right now, a Black Hawk helicopter crashed into an American Airlines plane, and there was a heavy loss of life. News is starting to slowly come out and give the identities of those on the Black Hawk helicopter. But my thing is, what did this local news station see? Is it possible, because we did get news articles coming out that in 2025, DARPA would be testing the autonomous feature on these exact same helicopters? So is it possible that people were indeed on the Black Hawk, set it to autonomous mode, and jumped out? They landed in the waters below, And these are the people that news saw being rescued. Now, is it possible there were other people inside that Black Hawk helicopter? Because a Black Hawk helicopter can carry up to 12 fully equipped troops. I just find it very interesting that we are all talking about this helicopter being unmanned, drone, radio controlled. Again, is it possible that somebody or somebody's was inside the helicopter to a certain point? It went into autonomous mode and they jumped out. There is also other interesting news that's coming out, like the Black Hawk being at a much higher altitude than it should have been. It should have been at an altitude of 200, but it was anywhere from 375 to 400, according to FlightAware. Then on top of everything else, we did have news come out that another Black Hawk a day before this one was in the flight path of another commercial airliner at the same airport. This video is from WFF News on TikTok, but it was also confirmed by the Washington Post.
What is going on? Look at this. Just 24 hours before the American Airlines flight 5342 collided with the Black Hawk military helicopter at Reagan National Airport, another separate American Airlines flight had to abort landing due to a helicopter crossing its flight path at the same exact airport. This was American Airlines flight 4514. And as you can see here, it can be seen on radar having to go around and make a second attempt to land because a helicopter was in its flight path. This just adds more to all of the questions people have as to what really happened last night in DC at Reagan National Airport. This event is currently under investigation, and when we hear more, I will report that back. But as always,
like I said, the Washington Post also confirmed this. They published an article on January 30th titled, "Day Before DC Plane Crash, Another Jet Had to Abort First Landing at Reagan National." The article goes on to say that just 24 hours before the collision of an American Eagle Flight 5342 and an Army Black Hawk helicopter near Reagan National Airport on Wednesday, another jet trying to land there had to make a second approach after a helicopter appeared near its flight path, according to an audio recording from air traffic control. That plane, Republic Airways Flight 4514, eventually landed safely. What are the odds that we have two back-to-back incidents involving Black Hawk helicopters a day apart, where they are in the flight path of a commercial airliner, to the point that one of them would eventually crash into a commercial airliner? The pilot would know their altitude. They don't need air traffic control for that. Even this article here from CBS News asks, experts ask why Black Hawk helicopter may have been flying above allowed altitude before it crashed. And this article goes on to say that they are military pilots. They are familiar with their routes. Why is it on this day, on that flight, they were as much as 150 to 200 feet higher than they knew they should have been? And that is a good question. This is giving more and more credence to the autonomous remote control theory. But at the end of the day, it's just so unfortunate that so many people lost their lives due to
All right, everyone, welcome back. I'm sure you have heard about the Black Hawk and the American Airlines jet that crashed. I found some very weird information tying back to the Black Hawk, which is what you're seeing right here. Here's the squawk number 0125. This was labeled as PAT-25, which usually means someone important was on the helicopter. The media is saying different. Take that with a grain of salt. Anyway, this is exactly the point where the transponder of the Black
Revolutionary salute to our personal DJ Chop Will for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Appreciate the love, family. Salute to you. You roll up that good dinner, man.
Hawk turned on. So we were able to follow it from the second it turns on here. Here's part of its path. It kind of comes down this river, zigzags, and then eventually, as I'm sure many of you saw, it collides with that airplane right about here. But what's important here, and I want you to focus on this, is exactly where this transponder turned on, because this area is very significant, and I'm going to show you why right now. So the first thing I did, obviously, was go to Google Earth, and I found this exact area. And here it is right here. Here's Lawton Street. You can go back. This is also Lawton Street, and this is part of Lawton Street as well. Now look exactly where this thing turns on. Right here in between this home and this home. Now I'm going to go right to this spot closest to the street right here. Here we go. Switch over to Google Earth. We'll zoom down, and this house is right here. The transponder turned on right here above these trees. And here is the kicker, my friends. When you go on Google Earth, usually you see most of the houses on Street View. The only house blurred out is this one. Right here, take a look at this. We're going to turn around this way, gone. You cannot see this house from any angle on Google Earth. Now, this is something you can call Google Earth and request if you have issues, privacy concerns. You can have this done. But
Revolutionary salute to our new member balance for getting their membership. I appreciate the love, family. Revolution is real life. Appreciate you getting your membership, Queen. Salute to you.
I mean, come on. What are the chances of this? This is exactly where that helicopter transponder turned on, and the only spot we can start following the chopper. So let's exit out of here. Once again, here is that house with the white driveway. This is the house that's blurred out. The transponder turned on right here over these trees. Now, I'm still trying to figure out what to make of this, but I went to Grok, and it's pretty interesting what Grok responded. All right, here we go. If the flight data indicates that the Black Hawk's helicopter transponder went on directly over 6907 Lawton Street in McLean, Virginia, and this is the only house blurred out in that area, several points can be considered. Obviously, coincidence or connection.
I told y'all in the beginning, that probably was a drone, Black Hawk helicopter. Nobody probably was in there. The military done got caught lying several times about who was in the helicopter. They arguing. Even Trump fell for the bullshit and talking about some DEI stuff. Like somebody said it could have been some trans, could have been some gay people. Then now they saying it could have been two white males. All bullshit. That's probably because nobody was in the motherfucking helicopter. Drone helicopter.
The transponder activating directly over a blurred house could be significant, but without specific details or official reports linking the two events will remain speculative. Obviously, it's going to remain that way. They are saying this was a training exercise. I still believe there is way more to this. Now, just take a look at this one real quick. It says flight data and timing. If the transponder data aligns with the moment of the crash or shortly before, this could be a key piece of information for investigators. However, the activation of a transponder over a particular point doesn't inherently imply a direct cause or effect with the crash unless further evidence supports this. Now, obviously, I do believe that as well. This could be a total coincidence, but I just find it very, very weird how the one house blurred out in this entire freaking town is the one house this transponder turned on over. Now, if we can catch some of this flight, let's go ahead and look at it. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, but here we go. And there's the crash there. So this thing was zigzagging all over the place. And there were some instances where this helicopter was almost going towards other airplanes before it finally made contact with the American Airlines jet. And this is the last frame we have where they make contact and fall into the river. I don't know, everybody. This is just very strange. And also, I broke this yesterday that the Doomsday plane left Omaha right after the crash and flew directly to Washington, D.C. This plane is only used for like very specific things, very high military stuff, transporting important people like the president, which then in that case would be called Air Force One. But this thing literally beelined from Omaha, Nebraska, all the way to the site of the crash, looped around and then landed at Joint Base Andrews. Here's another shot of it. This is when it came in towards Washington, looped around the area of the crash, and then it's going to circle and go right to Andrews right here. Now, for those of you that know what this plane is for, you already know that this is super rare. I talked to multiple members of the military, active and retired, who said that this is...
Why nobody not talking about that except here at cultfigga TV through this channel? The Doomsday plane. Why, when this crash happened, why did our Doomsday plane get in the ass start making these very suspicious moves? And this is the problem with now people can watch every flight of every plane that takes off and gets into the sky. That's how they had this information. That's how they know that our Doomsday plane was in the sky. For what reason? If this is a regular old crash, what actually happened here? And we do know now it's two figure skating teams was on there. You had some American figure skaters, I believe that, smoke and mirror. Then you had some Russian figure skaters. Now, when I heard about the Russian figure skaters, I said, oh, they killed some Russians. Oh, Russians. Remember, we thought it might have been Chinese on the plane. Oh, it was Russians. Some Russians who I think left Moscow and been staying in America for a very long time. They don't matter. Who the hell are they kin to in Russia? Huh? See, I told you we'll find out who on that plane, then we'll know more.
This is a key part of this story. They didn't say why or what, but they said if this thing's in the area after a crash like that, something very important happened that we probably don't know about. All right, my friends, I wanted to try to keep this short so we could digest this information in shorter videos. I'll have much more info out throughout the day. Check out the X, Instagram, and TikTok channels, as well as
Seven. Want to share with you guys here some information and maybe some footage you haven't seen yet pertaining to this crash that took place involving the helicopter and the aircraft near Ronald Reagan Airport. You can see here from this angle, it seems that the helicopter went straight into the aircraft. Here we have some audio of the air traffic controllers during this crash.
Tower 5342 on Mount Vernon visual, runway 1.
Pushing 5342, Washington Tower 1 star 32017, cross 25, check runway 33. Pushing 5178, left turn is Sierra, ground 17.
Sierra, ground 17, 517.
Then we have the curious case of why was this aircraft, and this is the helicopter, even though it's shaped like a plane, why was it flying erratically and just barely missing all these other flights? Raises big time questions. And normally they show as a helicopter on here, if it's a helicopter, but this time it's showing as a plane for some odd reason. You can see where it comes down into the fold here right next to the airport, and this is where the crash ends up happening. Coming into frame right here as it zigs back and forth. And then boom. That is where it shows it ending. And I've got another interesting clip here. Everyone is stating that this Joe Ellis, this transgender individual, was the pilot. Well, he's alive in this video saying.
Interesting morning. This is Joe Ellis. I am a Black Hawk pilot with Virginia Army National Guard. I understand some people have associated me with the crash in DC, and that is false. It is insulting.
That's how they baited Trump to come out and talk about. That's why Trump said DEI hires was behind this. Trump thought this person was on the plane. This person had to come out and say they're not on the plane, but this the DEI hire. Racists was saying he was disrespecting blacks. No, they talking about this individual.
Insulting to the families to try to tie this to some sort of political agenda. They don't deserve that. I don't deserve this. And I hope that you all know that I am alive and well, and this should be sufficient for you all to end all the rumors. I also have a statement. The Department of Defense is responsible for casualty notifications. There were no Virginia National Guard personnel on that Black Hawk that collided with the jetliner Wednesday evening. Thank you.
What? Why is everyone running around saying that this guy was the pilot that's now dead? Why? Why? Can we track that back to the source, please? Okay. Now, why was this pilot flying erratically over all these areas until it ultimately crashed into the plane? A lot of questions still remain with this one, but I wanted to get this out there and let you guys see what's going on with it. Leave comments below.
We are going to be looking at some disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go ahead and get right into today's video. So, as most of us already know, there was a major airline crash in Washington, D.C. involving a Black Hawk helicopter and an American Airlines flight. At the time of this recording, and I am recording this video at 7 a.m., so anything is scheduled to change, there can be new updates. But at the time of this recording, it is said that about 67 people did lose their lives. So I do want to take the time out to say I give my condolences, and my heart does go out to the victims and the victims' families involved in this crash. This is actually the first major United States airline crash involving a big United States commercial airliner ever since the Colgan Air Flight 3407 crashed in Buffalo, New York back in 2009. Something like this happening is indeed very, very rare. But I can't help but notice that we are also hearing something more and more, and that involves the military. It involves the Army. Ever since January 1st, in this 1 month, we have been getting some very big and strange news stories involving just that.
Now, what did I say? This guy, he in the comment section right now getting some more of our information. What did I tell y'all that first day when this was fresh? Say y'all, the military, boy, they sure have been involved in a bunch of terrorism. This was terrorism. But that was terrorism in New Orleans. That guy was tied to the military, that fort. That was terrorism in Las Vegas, and that was an active duty U.S. personnel individual. And then we have active duty U.S. military just crashing into civilian planes, killing people. And now you know the crazy part. We don't even know if the U.S. military had any of their people. I seen a news station saying one guy died. They have his face on that. Man, this shit's so crazy. You don't even know if that's a real person. We don't know. But a lot of suspicious activity is going on in the U.S. pertaining to the U.S. military.
That people in the military, right? Like, think about it. On January 1st in New Orleans, we had this horrible incident caused by somebody who used to serve in the Army at Fort Bragg. Then we had this Tesla Cybertruck explosion caused by somebody who used to serve in the Army at Fort Bragg. Now, again, this all just happened in 1 month, and we're finishing the month with an Army Black Hawk helicopter crashing directly into a big commercial airliner, a civilian airliner. This might be just a quote-unquote coincidence, but all these stories share something in common in the fact that they just don't add up. They just don't pass the smell test. And when it comes to this Black Hawk helicopter crashing into this plane, it's doing just that. It's just not adding up. And look, I get it. We do not have all the facts. Not all the information has come out yet. This story is still brand new. But if you look at the video footage, it looks like this Black Hawk is beelining directly for this plane. It looks like it's targeting this plane. We are getting news articles coming out. For instance, this article here from Live 5, where they are saying that ATC, Air Traffic Control, did indeed warn the Black Hawk of a nearby plane. This article goes on to say that less than 30 seconds before the crash, an air traffic controller asked the Army helicopter if it could see the plane, quoted as saying, "PAT-25, do you have the CRJ in sight?" And there was no response. When the controller received no response, they made a second attempt and made another radio call to the Army helicopter by saying, "PAT-25 passed behind the CRJ." And seconds later, the helicopter and the plane collided. Now, I had to come back and re-edit this video because, like I said, there's going to be a ton of updates. And this news article also updated. Like I said previously, it said that the Black Hawk pilot did not respond. Multiple news agencies said that the Black Hawk pilot did not respond. But what has now come out is that the Black Hawk pilot did indeed respond. But we're going to go ahead and get into that later in the video. But as you can see from this link, from the Live 5 News link, it does say Army helicopter did not respond. Air traffic control warns of nearby plane. We don't know everybody who was on board that plane. Yes, they came out and said that there were Russian and United States figure skaters and their families on board that plane, but there were over 60 people on the plane. So we don't know if anybody or anybody's was a target. There are some other strange things coming out that people are noticing. Yesterday at 5:38 p.m., hours before this crash, an individual by Ghost Ezra, they made a Twitter post saying, "Something's happening and it's bigger than anyone realizes. Keep watching, eyes on the sky." Hours later from this Twitter post, the United States would have its worst airline crash it has had in years. Is this just another one of those coincidences? People are naturally responding to this post by saying, what does this person know? Who are they? They are even going to the lengths of tagging Donald Trump, the FBI, and so forth. And I do have to say, the timing of this post is indeed very interesting. I mean, think of the odds of a major commercial airliner crashing in the United States and this post. That's astronomically big. In relation to this Twitter post, this eerie TikTok video came out yesterday, a day before this crash, by the Hawker's Eye.
Hi everyone, I've been away for quite a while, but I do have a couple of predictions for 2025. The first ones that I'm going to start with are to do with aviation. So I have two predictions regarding planes. The first one I get is a commercial plane. There's a lot of people on board and there's a lot of people affected by it. It's basically some sort of surprise attack on a commercial airplane. It's like, I keep getting the feeling that it's an inside job, as in that it's someone who is on board and inside the plane, or someone who works for the airline is somehow involved in this, or possibly an airport worker. The second thing that I keep getting from it is that it's a man-made disaster. So it's done intentionally. It's the plane's actually targeted. It's not some sort of malfunction that happens. The second one is, I keep seeing some sort of small plane, like military or private jet, and it's got a very important couple on board. I feel like one of them is connected somehow to technology, like there's some sort of business tycoon, if you like, and they're like a champagne lifestyle. They like the finer things in life, and they like to actually go out partying. I also get this couple have a celebrity-like following, like a big following on social media, quite successful on there. So it would be household names. People would know who they are as soon as they read the headline. I'm not sure which one comes first. I keep feeling as though it's going to be the commercial liner, the passenger plane, that's first, but it could flip. I just see the two of them, so I don't know which one's first.
And again, this video was uploaded yesterday, and it's very interesting because I do feel like this was a targeted incident. This was not an accident. I mean, how often do we hear of helicopters crashing into commercial airliners? How often do we hear of Army helicopters, Black Hawks, crashing into commercial airliners? These Black Hawks are very, very nimble. And I just can't buy the fact that this pilot did not see the lights on this plane. But, accidents can happen. Maybe he really did not see the plane. But what I found odd at the time is that there were, again, articles after articles coming out stating how the pilot did not respond back to ATC. And what was even more interesting is that when ATC told the pilot about the plane, the pilot did not respond, and ATC had to do another follow-up to make sure the pilot had respond. And again, audio came out and there was no response from the pilot. There is even an article right here because, again, nobody heard the response on the original audio. Probe after United States Army Black Hawk reportedly did not respond to warnings before the United States crash. This led some people to believe, was anybody even on board the helicopter? Maybe they were not giving us the whole truth, because there are articles about how there is autonomous Black Hawk helicopters being tested by DARPA and Lockheed Martin. You can see this article right here by Defense Scoop. DARPA to test autonomous flight capability on Army's Black Hawk helicopter in 2025, the UH-60M, the same exact helicopter that crashed into this plane. So a lot of people were asking, maybe they were testing AI or the remote control capabilities of this Black Hawk. Now look, I am not saying that this is 100% how it happened, and maybe these news agencies did indeed jump the gun when it comes to the pilot not responding. But what are the odds that we never had something like this happen in the United States? An Army Black Hawk crash into a plane, a commercial plane, but the same year that we have DARPA and Lockheed Martin testing the autonomous features of a Black Hawk helicopter, well, the same Black Hawk helicopter that they are testing just happens to crash into a commercial helicopter. I mean, are we not allowed to talk about how suspect that sounds? Maybe this incident was caused to push and promote autonomous flying vehicles. You never know. Again, I just find the timing to be very suspicious. And going back to that very suspicious Twitter post, it seems like somebody knew something. Then after article about how the Black Hawk did not respond to ATC and that there's going to be an investigation as to why it did not respond, we are now getting audio coming out that the Black Hawk did indeed respond. So who really knows what's going on and who really knows what's the truth? This audio was captured by pilot and flight enthusiast Brian Barlett from the DCA Tower, and he goes on to say how there could have been confusion, but he also goes on to say that even if that was the confusion, it's hard to imagine how you still don't see a not so small jet with its landing lights all on coming in straight off your left side around an airport environment with traffic call outs coming from the tower. I'd have my head on a swivel. I mean, it's really hard to say what you would do when you're in that seat at that exact moment, but the whole thing is just very strange. Now, again, I do want to give my condolences to the victims' families, and anybody involved in this crash. But I can't shake a few oddities about this story, especially the fact that DARPA, Lockheed Martin, they are testing the autonomous Black Hawk copter, the same copter that crashed into this plane. Very, very interesting. In this first disturbing video or segment, I'm sorry, is somebody lying here? Was somebody caught in a lie here? And this all has to do with the NASA astronauts supposedly stuck on the International Space Station. Why do I say supposedly? Well, I say supposedly because I don't believe they are actually stuck on the International Space Station. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, the astronauts, because I have done plenty of videos covering these two ever since a supposed audio leak had came out where something happened to the commander and the flight doctor was rushing out to the hospital to meet the commander, who was supposedly stuck on the International Space Station. Now, I promise that will be the last time I use the word supposedly. Maybe. But anyway, there is something very strange about this story, and I'm not going to go over the whole thing again. I will go ahead and link the video in the comment section below my video where I had spoken about what's really taking place here. So why am I talking about this again? Well, on January 28th, Tuesday, Elon Musk made a post on Twitter stating that the Biden administration left 2 astronauts stranded on the International Space Station and said President Donald Trump has asked SpaceX to step in and rescue these astronauts. Donald Trump, he would make a tweet on January 28th saying this: I have just asked Elon Musk and at SpaceX to go get the 2 brave astronauts who have been virtually abandoned in space by the Biden administration. They have been waiting for many months on the space station. Elon will soon be on his way. Hopefully, all will be safe. Good luck, Elon. But again, I'm sorry, am I having deja vu? Is this what the cool kids call a Mandela effector? Or is somebody lying here? Because this news story came out back in September of 2024.
And liftoff. Crew 9. Go SpaceX, go Falcon, go NASA.
Elon Musk's SpaceX is on the way to help, leaving planet Earth behind.
And that Falcon 9 is now traveling faster than the speed of sound.
The Dragon capsule is bound for the International Station. On board, Russian cosmonaut Alex Gorbanov and American astronaut Nick Hague.
Was a sweet ride. I'm pretty sure my youngest son would say it was Sigma.
When Dragon, nicknamed Freedom, returns, it will be carrying astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. They remained on the ISS after problems with the Boeing Starliner in June. When this SpaceX mission also became a rescue operation, room on board had to be freed. In the end, astronauts Zena Cardman and Stephanie Wilson missed out.
Human spaceflight is complicated and dynamic, and we need to be agile and focus on the mission.
Nick and Alex will dock at the ISS in the coming hours. They'll bring Butch and Suni home early next year. In the United States, Jonathan Kersley, 9 News.
So when Elon Musk tweeted out again on January 28th, 2025, the POTUS has asked SpaceX to bring home the 2 astronauts stranded on the space station as soon as possible. Why didn't he say that? Well, we currently are in the process of doing so. The Dragon is connected to the ISS. 2 empty seats are available. We are just waiting for the SpaceX mission to be over. But I was actually looking up this story further, and a little less than a week after this story came out, that SpaceX sent the Dragon to the International Space Station, news also came out that the Falcon 9 booster was having technical difficulties, and this would delay the Dragon's return, the SpaceX crew's return with the 2 stranded astronauts. So yeah, isn't that interesting? Soon as SpaceX gets there, they're now saying that they are now having issues with their booster, just like the Boeing Starliner. And now everybody's delayed. SpaceX, those 2 astronauts on SpaceX are delayed. And again, the NASA astronauts are also delayed. You can see this article here from Business Insider on October 2nd, another setback for Elon Musk SpaceX after mishap with NASA rescue mission. And it goes on to say that SpaceX Workhorse rocket has been grounded for the 3rd time in 3 months. There we go with the number 33, so we know what this is all about. After malfunctioning during a mission to rescue 2 astronauts stuck in space. Elon Musk's tweet ends with, terrible that the Biden administration left them there for so long. But again, the rescue mission was on September 28th, 2024. If only you want to believe this story, and only if you want to believe this story, I guess what he's saying is that it is a very long time for these astronauts to be stranded on there ever since June. But reading this tweet, it feels like it comes off that he forgot that there is currently a rescue mission going on. Reading this tweet, it comes off like he's going to rescue the astronauts for the very first time and put a mission together for the very first time. And it really doesn't come off like there's one currently going on and they are just facing delays. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too deep into this tweet. I don't know. But even when this story first broke out, this story was and still is very, very strange and bizarre. But this story is not confusing, because if you know, you know. And it's my own personal theory, and I know I'm going to upset some NASA fanatics, some NASA fans that believe that NASA would never lie to them. But it's my own personal belief and theory that these 2 astronauts, something happened to them in the waters below. Something happened to them deep in the waters below, and they are now scrambling to come up with a story that does not expose NASA. These people, these astronauts, are no longer with us. And I'm not saying that because they're in space, no. But you don't have to believe me. I'm not asking you to believe me. In all my videos, I don't ask anybody to believe me because they're just my theories. You can put your own 2 and 2 together. All I'm saying is, if you think this is a reach, just listen to the audio that crossed over. These astronauts, they have family and friends. There will be people that will see them in public. So they have to really come up with a very good story as to what happened to these astronauts. They had to put something together. Now, and I know some people want to say that, well, they're seen on video talking, giving status updates. They're fine. Nothing happened to them. But the thing is, we don't know what's AI and what's not AI. This could be deepfakes. You don't know. You really don't know. All I know is that this story did and still does smell like a dirty diaper. Thank you all so much for watching.
Boy, we have a lot to cover in this video, my friends. This is Tony. Hope you're all doing well. We got so many things going on around us, my friends. We had a Black Hawk helicopter, of course, collide with a American Airlines flight that just happened, and I got some interesting details to present that I haven't seen anybody else cover. We'll get into that. We're going to get into actually also a press release about this, what he had to say. You're not going to believe. We'll get into that as well. We're also going to get into a number of other stories. We have, of course, Brett Cooper now with their first episode. We'll get into that a little bit. We're going to get into this Lyft ride, this rapper who apparently was denied service. We'll get into that. We're going to get into actually a ton of other stuff. Also, what's going on with the economy a little bit and much more. Let's just get going here. We'll start with this here. So we have here one of the most advanced military helicopters in the world, of course, crashed directly into a plane with clear conditions, clear line of sight. I could understand if it was foggy, heavily snowing, or a rainstorm, but it was a clear night. And actually, I got some rather interesting footage to show you, okay? And it shows you that this wasn't the first plane that it got near. Actually, it's about the fourth. So there was something weird going on with this Black Hawk helicopter. I'm going to show it to you in a minute. But let's hear what our president had to say about this. Check this out.
I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities.
That's not who I'd want.
So what? What? Bro, okay, look. Oh my goodness. This is the FAA. This is like the control center. I saw the footage from the control center of, or at least what they saw, showing that they had 15 seconds to warn them that they were going to collide. Okay, 15 seconds. There was at least 15 seconds. I counted it out for them to actually warn them, because there was already, like within the system, it already had recognized that they were on a course towards each other, right? So they had 15 seconds to warn them. Well, I don't know if the guy was on his coffee break eating donuts. I really hope it wasn't somebody that had some sort of mentally, of course, impaired issues. I mean, that's insane. Why would you hire someone like that in the control room? I can understand the janitor. Okay, I can understand the janitor. All right. Like, but controlling air traffic when you have so many planes, particularly in that area of Washington, D.C., where there's bazillions of planes flying, it's very heavily congested, from what I understand. I should ask my friend. He's actually a professor that teaches flight training. He actually could fly one of these, not the helicopter, but the commercial airline in this case. But and of course, the helicopter could very easily move or maneuver quicker than the plane and could easily have gotten out of the way. So that's not what happened, though. And what's really, really bizarre about this entire thing is the people that were on board were the U.S. ice figure skating team, their coaches, parents. We have some of the top people in ice figure skating that died in this. And actually, it was the entire plane. And actually, this isn't the first time this has happened either, by the way. So that's what makes it even more bizarre. Plane crash kills world champion figure skaters and the future of the sport in tragic case of deja vu, as it did happen before in the past, in a very similar manner, a very similar sized plane as well. I don't know. I don't think it was a black helicopter though, but this was a Black Hawk in this case. So this is mid-air that this occurred, this collision, and it was down here. This was actually something that happened in the past, back in 1961, that killed 73 people back then. The exact U.S. figure ice skating team back then, which was about 60 years ago. It is very bizarre, though. Why would it happen twice in a row? These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. We are devastated by the unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in our hearts. U.S. Figure Skating has not confirmed the total number of skaters yet, but no one survived. We know that. And this, again, did happen before to the U.S. figure skating team, ice figure skating team, back in 1961. We're talking the top level ones. Again, same exact thing, world champions. And parents of an elite skater perish in the crash. So this is what happened last night. And I got something to show you guys. I got something crazy to show you with regards to this whole thing. The flight pattern of this Black Hawk, you're not going to believe. We're going to get into that in a minute. First of all, I got to mention food supply, 25-year shelf life. Link is in the description, 4 weeks worth for $197. You're going to definitely want to get that if you have not already. You never know what's next with our wonderful Twilight Zone world we live in. Link is in the description for that. 3 months worth is about $5.90. You definitely want to get more than 1 month if you can. Link is in the description. Of course, this book here, The Lost Ways, how your great-great-grandfather lived without electricity, how to build a cellar, do things around the house like they did in the good old days, hundreds of pages illustrated. You might tell yourself, well, I could survive a couple days without electricity. Of course, you probably could. But 2-3 weeks, you're not going to have a clue what to do in some cases. One night I found out when the power went out in the middle of the night. Link is in the description. You want to get it before something happens. Get the printed version. Only $37 plus shipping. Link is in the description. And, of course, my website, GR Videos. Go check it out. Lots of deep dives into a lot of different topics. Hollywood, the Vatican, just all manner of topics, even ancient history. Link is in the description for that as well. Anyway, so let's get back to the video. So we have here our president weighed in on the military helicopter and airplane American Airlines crash, stating it was the helicopter going straight at the airplane. He questions why the helicopter didn't move, noting the plane's lights were blazing, as you can see there. He also challenges the control tower, asking why they didn't direct the helicopter to avoid the collision. They had about 15 seconds to do so. I don't know if the guy was not paying attention or whoever it was. It's hard to know. Hopefully it wasn't, as he mentioned, someone that had some severe handicap. Of course, running something very difficult. I could understand him being the janitor or something like that. I could completely understand that. I mean, I remember when I was younger, I was a bag boy at not Kroger. It was some place like that, though. And there was 2 guys that were mentally handicapped, and they were fun to work with. Actually, one was super funny, laughing all the time. The other guy was super. It was like one was like grouchy all the time, and the other one was like happy all the time. It's kind of weird. But like one was really tall, one was short. It was just really kind of fun to be around them. I mean, in the case of flying planes or being in the control tower, you don't want someone who's not capable in that position, of course. This is my point. And, of course, interestingly also is something about this Black Hawk copter. From what I understand, it was a CI, and what's really bizarre about it is the flight pattern it was taking before this crash. Check this out. So here we have it on the screen. This is the Black Hawk represented by the orange. Look how close it got to that first plane. There's one. There's 2. Almost got that one. What's going on here? And it also, you can see it got this weird trajectory when it's doing this. This one, it zigzags really weird. I don't know what's going on with that one. That was, I would say at least 2 of them were very close to hitting. The third one was just kind of a weird zigzag. I don't know what was going on there. So here's the fourth one, the fourth interaction, and this is where it hits. And it is the correct airline, as you will see. American Airline 5542 goes right into it and hits it right there. And as you can see, it stops moving. And now this thing's restarting. You can see it stopped moving while the other ones are still moving around it. Midair, and that's the one right there. Okay, so obviously it seemed like that Black Hawk helicopter was definitely not flying correctly. Was there something going on with it? You know, we saw something happen back at the beginning of this year. Remember the whole Cybertruck? We're talking Las Vegas. You remember that whole thing? Could this be something similar? No one said this yet. No one has said anything of the sort, but it is kind of bizarre, the flight pattern of this Black Hawk helicopter prior to it colliding with the American Airlines 5342. So it makes you really wonder. All right, so there's that story. Now we got a lot of other stories. That one's pretty interesting. That was sort of the big one. We also have a lot of other really good ones. You remember this dude? It was saying, "Come get me. Come on, President, get me. I'm right here. I'm illegal. I'm working construction. Get me." Remember this dude? Check this out.
Your street. Come get it, bitch.
A few moments later.
You're fired.
You can see Ice there with the blue caps. Whoops. I shouldn't have said that. Not a good idea. I mean, goodness gracious. You know, this guy doesn't know how the internet works. You got guys on Reddit who will figure it out. You got dudes on Reddit, super geeks. They'll figure out exactly where you're at. They'll report it, and you're gone 2 days later. It's exactly what happened. I don't know if that's exactly what happened here, but I was expecting this to happen. I was expecting him to be taken in like 2 days later for doing that. And that's exactly what happened. You remember the guy that was standing on the lettuce? What was that, Burger King? I can't remember what fast food restaurant it was. There was some dude who was like working at Burger King or something. He was stepping with his shoes on the lettuce saying, "This is a lettuce I put on your sandwiches," right? They figured out who that was like in like one day, and the dude was fired the next day or something. I mean, that's why you don't do stuff like this. This is how you get fired. This is how you get caught. This is how you get, deported, is doing stuff like that, right? So, I mean, he asked for it. He said, "Come get me." Okay, here you go. Then we have another one. You remember those 17 inspector generals that got fired? You remember they said it was just a horrible thing he did? Well, apparently one of them defied to being fired and said, "I'm not leaving." Phyllis Fong refused to leave after being fired. She was forcibly removed from her office. You can do it the easy way or the hard way. Fong is a 22-year USDA.
$3,500 arrests ICE has made so far since President Trump came back into office. Can you just tell us the numbers? How many have a criminal record versus those who are just in the country illegally?
All of them, because they illegally broke our nation's laws and therefore they are criminals as far as this administration goes. I know the last administration didn't see it that way, so it's a big culture shift in our nation to view someone who breaks our immigration laws as a criminal, but that's exactly what they are.
You may have been going the worst first. They all have a criminal record.
And welcome to the briefing. If they broke our nation's laws.
Listen. This is Caroline Leavitt. She is Trump's press secretary, and she did an amazing job. I'm going to go over a video later with her, but it is crazy how the press is asking her questions, talking about how many of them have a criminal record. It's amazing that our own people, our own American citizens, can't see this as a problem with these illegals in the country. These people are illegal. They broke the law, ladies and gentlemen. It does not matter if they have a criminal record or not. They broke the law, period. If me or you breaks the law, we're going to jail or we're going to be arrested. It's just plain and simple. They broke the law. They're in the country illegally, period. Now, I want to show you guys two more videos. I want to show you guys a video of a Mexican man. I've seen this man before. I've seen him before on other videos, but at this point, what he said, I want you guys to hear what he said, and don't just, hear it and run off and feel some type of way, because I sort of understand where he's coming from, but at the same time, we have to go over the same issues right now that's being the issues at hand right now. But watch this. Let's get this other video so you guys can see this video.
Lately, I have seen a lot of videos of Black people making fun of Mexicans for what's happening right now with Mexican people. I have also seen Black people make videos talking about Mexicans. Don't come to us for help because we're not helping. First of all, Mexicans are not alone. They have Honduran people, they have Salvadorian people, they have Guatemalan people, they have Nicaraguan people, and a whole bunch of other countries that are willing to join forces with the Mexican people. Black people, what makes you think that Mexicans are going to come running to y'all for help? What for? Y'all Black people can't even help yourselves. That's wild. Mexican people are hardworking people. Mexican people stick together. They make it work. That's the total opposite of a Black person. You want to call me racist? Go right ahead. I'm just keeping it real. Like I said, Mexican people are not alone. They have all of us. What makes you think that a Mexican will say, oh, okay, well, we have the blacks. Let's go to them. Come on now. Y'all don't even trust each other. What makes you think that a Mexican will trust you if you don't even trust your brother? Get your popcorn ready and watch how Mexicans make this work.
Listen, man. First off, okay, let me make it clear. I don't think what he said was racist. I don't, because some of the things he said is true. It's actually true about our people. I can admit that, okay? But one thing I know from history is that black and brown people have always had this type of camaraderie because we feel that we've went through a lot of the same things in this country. So there's always been a type of camaraderie with black and brown people. So I don't look at this as a situation where, oh, he's racist. That's not how I took it. I don't take it as being racist. What he's saying is true in regards to some of the things with our people. Now, I already know there's going to be people in the comments, oh, I don't want to listen to this because you always talk negative about black people and blah, 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 blah. Listen, what they're ultimately saying is, you know, when you're a person that looks like myself and you agree or you say or you bring out or point out the negative things about black people, what they often say is, oh, you always have something negative to say about your people that look like you. I never hear anything positive. So what they're ultimately saying is, we want you to conceal the bull crap within black culture and don't speak about it. Don't talk about it on social media. Just conceal it and don't talk about it. That's what they're ultimately trying to tell you to do. So that's why they'll use things like, oh, you're always speaking negative. No, the truth is, black people in this country have always had this camaraderie with brown people. Now watch this. Just because these people are being deported and we see families and all of these people at the border and we see all of these things happening does not take away from the fact that these people broke the law. Plain and simple. It is plain and simple. They broke the law, ladies and gentlemen. They broke the law. So what else do you expect us to do? You expect us to sit back and say, oh, they broke the law. It's cool. They can break the law. It's okay. They can break laws, but when it comes to our people, when it comes to American citizens who were born and raised here, if we break the law, we don't get a pat on the wrist. They don't give us a pat on the wrist and let us walk away. We get arrested. We get charges. We get convictions. These people broke the law. It's plain and simple. So what do you expect? No, we're not sitting back rooting, championing for Latinos to be deported. Of course, we're not sitting back championing it. We're not sitting back making fun of it. We're speaking out saying, hey, these people are illegal and they are criminals. Even if they never unalived somebody, even if they never looted, stole, robbed, kidnapped, or forced themselves on women, or even if they're not an MS-13 gang member or Venezuelan gang member, even if they're not one of those people, they are still a criminal because they came into the country illegally. That's just bottom line. Now watch this other video. Watch this. This sister, she gets on here and talks. I just, to me, it's just, in my opinion, I feel like there's no way an American, a person that was born and raised in America, should be defending these people on any level. All right, watch this.
What's up, everybody? I just stopped by to say, you know what? They are removing these people illegally. And even though there's no statutory limit on them removing people, it has to be that they committed a crime. You can't just say people are criminals. And not only that, if they're caught being here without a green card or a visa or whatever, the penalty for the first offense is $250 and the second offense is 6 months in jail. So they're not even within the law with what they're doing. So you really think that they just all of a sudden, all these people have broken laws that they rounding up? And we can't let them do this, because if it do it to them, they're going to round our black asses up next, or they're going to at least try. And that's when I don't need to say no.
Okay, let me address this foolishness. First off, if you go read the code 1325, USC 1325, if you read that code, you're going to see, yes, she is telling some truth. She is telling some truth. It's $250 for the first offense, and then it's $500 for the second offense. But when you continue reading in that law, when you continue reading all the way down, it literally says at the bottom of it, it literally says these laws, these civil matters, and in addition to criminal charges, it literally says it. Go look up code 1325 on Google. It's going to literally say at the bottom of it, civil in addition to criminal. It literally says that. It literally, don't take my word for it. Google, just go type in 8 code 1325 and pull it up and read it. It literally says at the bottom, civil in addition to criminal. It literally says it. So my thing is, there are criminal charges attached to this. It's criminal. These people are criminals. It doesn't matter how you slice it. These people are criminals. So when you say things like, oh, it's illegal for them to deport these people. No, it's not. These people did not go through the legal process of maintaining American citizenship. They did not. So they are here illegally. It is a crime, ladies and gentlemen. No matter how you slice it, it is a crime. It is a federal crime. So you cannot sit back and say, oh, no, it's criminal, period. If these people want to come into the country, they have to come here legally. So for the Mexican brother that spoke, I don't think what he's saying is racist, but he did make some remarks like, oh, Mexicans are hardworking people. Black people are hardworking people as well. There's a lot of hardworking Black people. I'm one of them, and many others on YouTube or anywhere else in the world. So I don't look at it as a racist thing. I just look at it as what he's saying. That's his truth. That's how he feels about it. But nobody is making fun of anybody being deported or being shipped off or families being broken up. It's just a legal process that you have to go through to maintain citizenship in this country. And you have to go through that process. And if you don't go through that process, then you're illegal and you're a criminal. It is what it is. It is what it is. So you guys, let me know what you guys think about this video, man. If this is your first time watching, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. God bless you all for tuning in.
This afternoon, NBC 10 saw multiple unmarked SUVs here.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. Tren de Aragua ringleader was busted in New York. In New York. So earlier today, Tren de Aragua, ringleader was busted today in New York City during an immigration raid. A violent ringleader, this thing was caught. He was caught on camera during the Aurora, Colorado break-ins. He was nabbed last night. Was caught by heavily armed Homeland Security investigation officers who stormed an Ogden Avenue apartment building in the Bronx.
Here on Ogden Avenue in the Bronx, ICE agents raided the apartment of Anderson Zambrano Pacheco. He's described as the ringleader of the Aurora, Colorado crew, or Tren de Aragua. He participated in the takeover of that apartment building and was described by law enforcement sources as the ringleader. He's a seriously dangerous individual. I mean, they have pictures of him holding the AR-15 and going up and opening the door of the apartment building. It's pretty compelling as far as illustrating his dangerousness and why they would want to apprehend him as soon as possible. His apartment was raided here on Ogden Avenue in the Bronx this morning at 6 a.m., where he lived with his girlfriend for the last few months. He moved in either, depending on which neighbor you talk to, he moved in either September or October of this past year, and apparently was not keeping a low profile. The doors leading into the apartment building were all, like, the metal was just bent up like it was tinfoil. And these are heavy steel door jambs and steel doors, and they were all just bent away in seconds as they moved in for the capture. The neighbors in the building said all they heard was one loud boom. Anderson Zambrano Pacheco, he's got 2 federal warrants out for his arrest. One is for burglary and menacing. The other is for kidnapping, extortion, and a crime of violence. They're really sending a message the way they're starting off these raids. Kristi Noem, the new head of Homeland Security, Kristi came on raids. She was wearing a Kevlar vest. She was in the truck with the ICE agents, and she was actually here. She went along on this raid and tweeted about it, sent out pictures and all sorts of information. By choosing who to start these raids off with in New York City, it's plain, at least to me, that they're sending a message. They're sending the message that we're going after public enemy number one right now, the people who are doing the most harm to our communities. I mean, they went after someone who they're describing as the ringleader of the Aurora, Colorado apartment takeover.
Is it just me? Or does anybody else want a reality or real life? I'm not even going to say reality because reality television is fake, but a real life, like, just give us 24/7 body cam footage of these ICE arrests. I'm telling you, just pop it on YouTube. It will be a hit. I'm going to search for that. I think you guys might like it too. Meanwhile, ICE shows new footage of making an arrest in Chicago. Donald Trump is doubling down on this promise, 100%. Promises made, promises kept all day. Here we go.
Law enforcement from multiple federal agencies converge on Chicago. New video tonight showing ICE and other federal agents knocking on doors and making arrests. ICE confirming, alongside multiple federal partners, they've started, quote, conducting enhanced targeted operations today in Chicago to enforce U.S. immigration law.
If you're in the country legally, it's not okay. It's not okay to violate laws of this country.
White House border czar Tom Homan on ABC's This Week, admitting there may be arrests of people with no criminal background, particularly in sanctuary cities.
Sanctuary cities lock us out of the jails. So instead of ICE being able to arrest the bad guy, the criminal alien, in the safety and security of a jail where the officer's safe, the alien's safe, and the public's safe, sanctuary cities release them back in the community.
New pictures released by the Drug Enforcement Agency show Homan and Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove alongside federal agents in Chicago. ICE says it's working with the FBI, ATF, DEA, Border Patrol, and U.S. Marshals Service.
DEA arrests 2 illegal aliens and seizes fentanyl pills. That stuff is killing people. Yo. Meanwhile, in Chicago, the so-called Mayor Brandon Johnson spent over $600 million on the new arrival mission for Chicago, which is basically housing and providing benefits for illegal migrants in Chicago. And he's been absolutely getting creamed at city council meetings, and people are saying that he's crooked. And here he is a few hours ago stating that he's over protecting illegal migrants versus his own residents of his community.
Protect civil and human rights, and we welcome all individuals and families who want to work, live, and thrive here in our beloved city. The Welcoming City Ordinance is a law, and it is the law of the land here in Chicago. We will uphold it, along with the complementary Illinois Trust Act, to ensure that our immigrant communities are safe. Furthermore, we intend to continue to empower all of our communities throughout our city with crucial information and resources at this time. On the city's website, chicago.gov, we offer a Know Your Rights resource guide, providing all information, tools, and context that our immigrant communities should know.
Here's the other thing. I'm going to continue on with this video, but here's the other thing. The last time this gentleman campaigned and hit the trail of his communities that are absolutely looking like crap, the last time that he did this was when he was running up for election. And now he's running a campaign to Know Your Rights campaign to those individuals in those impoverished communities. Basically saying like, hey, you got to know your rights when ICE comes, protecting these illegal migrants, because mind you, Chicago is part of the sanctuary city situation.
The full force of government from my office, city departments, as well as
Let's get right to CBS News.
continue to protect.
This is absolutely crazy to me that this individual would even promote such thing. Meanwhile, his city, Chicago, looks like crap. Anyways, let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the
Chicago, guys, home of the craziest contradictions I've ever seen in my entire life, bro. So we have the governor. Let's start with the governor. The governor of Illinois, he says, you know what, listen, if you commit a crime here and you are undocumented, it is in fact time for you to go, basically. You cannot stay here any longer. Right? Then now we have the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, who was basically elected to represent the people that elected him. And guess what happened? He did the exact opposite, is what it seems, because the majority of his overall constituents have no interest in the city being a sanctuary city. So that's mighty intriguing, right? So we have a whole lot of contradictions basically everywhere, all over Chicago. But all right, listen, name of the video is Chicago resident blasts Selena Gomez. We are putting Americans first. Let's check it out. Let's say suggestion via Discord, guys. Let's see where this takes us.
Look, we're only a week in, and so far, so good. But with approximately 15 million illegals here, probably more, Tom Homan and the DHS will need to move with deliberate speed. They'll need to get creative. Everyone here illegally needs to return home so we can have peace in our home. And that's the angle. Joining us now is Vashon Tunsil, Chicago resident and activist, and Joe Borelli, minority leader of the New York City Council. Vashon, Tom Homan's deportations in Chicago, you heard your governor and you've heard your mayor. They're really upset by this. They say, oh, we're not gonna interfere, but.
Right, but they're interfering.
But, okay, I just want to say this. First thing I want to say is thank you, Tom Homan, for doing an absolute great job for cleaning up the city of Chicago. I know you're not done yet. And I have another thing to say to Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker. How do you guys sleep at night knowing that there are rapists out here that committed these heinous crimes against the children and the women? How do you guys sleep at night knowing that we're $500 million in debt when it comes to these illegals? How do these men sleep at night knowing that you're putting illegal immigrants that are committing crimes over the American citizens? I just can't believe that they're doing this.
Yeah, I think in their head, what it comes down to is moral superiority, guys. Right? I mean, they're saying, listen, this makes me feel good, so we're going to continue doing it regardless of how much money that's actually being spent. I think that's what's happening here.
Well, and Joe, each illegal immigrant in the United States, I got an illegal alien. Immigrants are the people we welcome in because they want to be part of the national fabric. They want to contribute to the society. But Joe, they cost on average $8,000 a year in subsidies, healthcare, schooling, all the other vouchers they receive from various entities. So the idea that this is some this doesn't cost us anything. This costs us hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah, we have the receipts here in New York. So far, the migrant crisis has cost $6.5 billion with a B out of pocket.
Wow.
So if there's no other elected official in New York, maybe it's just me, but I want to say thank you to President Trump. Thank you to Tom Homan, because as a taxpayer in this city, I don't know how long we can possibly sustain this wave of illegal people living on our dime. I mean, thankfully, we have seen a reduction in the numbers thanks to some of the work that Trump has done on the border already. So we are closing some of our migrant shelters. But how do we get back that $6.5 billion that could have gone to schools, to hospitals, to nurses, to firefighters, or even, making the flowers in the park grow nicer? All these things were taken from us because the Democratic Party fundamentally failed us at the border and here in our large cities.
Well, Vashon, what's happening in places like Fairfax County, Virginia, which is right outside of D.C., is a very wealthy area, but the public schools have seen a decrease in enrollment. COVID, but a lot of the politics in public schools, a lot of especially Christian parents have pulled their kids out. So the illegal influx of students is actually helpful to the teachers' unions, a whole new generation to propagandize to, I guess.
Right.
So that's also kind of an unholy alliance, along with Catholic Charities, sadly, Lutheran Services, all these other NGOs.
Mm-hmm. So here's the thing. We have to just start putting Americans first. Like, it's just as simple as that. And I believe Tom Homan is doing the right job when it comes to putting Americans first. And I just want to say this to all the criers out there who are crying over the undocumented immigrants who's been here for years and whatever, like Selena Gomez.
Yeah.
Tom Homan has already made this clear. If you are here illegally, you're not off the table. You are committing a crime within itself if you're here illegally in America.
Yeah, I mean, again,
Yeah, guys, Selena Gomez is, I don't know if you guys have seen that video, but that video is wild. Like, she's crying really hard. But that's that moral superiority thing I'm talking about, guys. You have to, as long as they feel good about it, they're completely fine with the concept of criminality, but yet they want to live in a place that is completely just and law-abiding, like the United States of America. But the problem is, bro, you cannot make your first action in the country in a legal one. I get it. The concept of migrating is expensive. That's the reality of the situation. America is not a cheap place to immigrate to. It is not. But let's continue.
But they just want to say, oh, that doesn't matter. Well, that's why we have millions of people here, Joe. It does. If they told the world that if you come here illegally, you can stay indefinitely. They broadcast that to the world.
Yeah, they did that.
And you in New York are suffering, and you in Chicago and Oakland and St. Louis and little towns across America, you're all suffering as a result, Joe.
Right. I mean, Tom Homan's fundamentally right. He talked about consequences as being the negative and being the reason people don't come. But the consequences when they're giving you free stuff and free healthcare and free schools and fundamentally the life that many of them do hope for, of course, more people are going to come. It doesn't take a genius to realize it. In fact, even Eric Adams tried to fly down to South America at one point during this crisis to try to convince people that this wasn't in their best interest. But until we stop giving them, basically everything they possibly need for free,
their countries would never give it to them.
That changed when Donald Trump took office on day one, and I suspect it's going to get better from here on in.
Yeah.
Going on.
This airplane scattered here. That's breaking tonight. We're getting some word out of northeast Philadelphia of what's believed to be a small plane crashing into a number of houses there. Waiting for some pictures there. I think we have them coming to us from Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Fires burning in multiple spots. If you know that area, northeast Philadelphia, Cotman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. We're being told by Fox 29 that multiple fires are burning. There are pieces of what appears to be this airplane scattered here. That's from Steve Keeley, one of the reporters from Fox 29 on the ground. You can see some of the fires there. Authorities closing off those areas. We're trying to get word of casualties. We don't have any official word from authorities yet, but let's listen into Fox 29 as they're reporting this live. Just happened a few minutes ago.
Breathing in this area. He said he smelled jet fuel here. Steve, are you there?
I'm in the middle of the smoke now, Jason. I was trying to go back to get a closer look at the car parts, and the smoke is blowing along the ground. And I see a Philadelphia Gas Works truck just showed up because I'm told that a gas line is in danger. Sometimes meters that are on a house are connected to gas lines, and something might have hit that. But I'm walking through the Roosevelt Mall parking lot right now, and I'm going to walk over. And now, as I realize my previous path, the parts I saw scattered in the parking lot are very, very far from where I videotaped a bunch of fires. And so Roosevelt Mall is pretty big, an outdoor strip mall, for those of you who don't know. It goes from Roosevelt Boulevard all the way down Cotman Avenue. And it was packed. And now I'm hearing saws, like Dogs of Life type saws right now, in front of the Dunkin' Donuts, which tells you rescues are going on. And that's fire department activity trying to cut through something on Cotman Avenue. Now, Jason, now the flames are on a house. That's what they're doing. A house is on fire. The corner house.
Yeah.
I don't know what side
This
it is.
just happened, but I'm going from video to video trying to get check the temperature of what the comment sections are saying about this. A lot of people saying it looked like it was moving too fast to be a small plane, like the government is saying. Look like some type of missile. This is kind of crazy. What the hell's going on?
It's right out the drive mall. There is flames shooting out the roof of a house. That was the side street. The corner house at Cotman on the side street right in front of the Roosevelt Mall is on fire now. And I'm looking at flames 10 feet high out of the roof. And now I see firefighter ladders, firefighters. That was what I was hearing because the smoke shifted, and now I can see. And so that's where more smoke's coming from. This was right where there was a bunch of cars on fire along Cotton. So a house is now on fire, and it's the top of the house. So if the flames started on the first floor from this plane crash, the flames have now gone up to at least 2 floors. I can't tell if that's a 2 or 3 floor house. But that is now the latest. And these flames are getting worse coming out of this house now, Jason. But the fire department is right on the scene. They were right there, and I did not see a house on fire initially. So there we go. It looks like the flames are down, or at least they're being blocked by smoke right now. But
Steve, we're watching. Let's look at some of your video that you took earlier. I'm having a hard time understanding what in the world happened because you're describing a house on fire. I see a Dunkin' Donuts. I see cars on fire, a debris field that may be stretched several city blocks. And I'm trying to really understand what has happened here in Northeast Philadelphia with just chaos happening in this parking lot. You've got the mall there, several fast food restaurants, a T-Mobile store, and a home.
All right.
How many fires are we talking about here?
So, Jason, now I'm looking directly across. There is a fire on Cotman Avenue on my side, which looks like an SUV or a truck, and it's all gone, but it's still on fire. So I don't know if that's fuel or whatever is burning. And then across Cotman Avenue, directly from where that vehicle is on fire, is where the house is on fire, and those flames are shooting out of a second or third story roof right now. So that's what's going on right there. And this is probably 4 blocks off of Cotman Avenue across the street. I'm looking at firefighters putting spotlights up there. The flames on the street level where that SUV or truck is on fire are a good 10 feet into the air as well. And the flames on the roof are a good 10 feet. And there's very thick smoke. The only positive news is that white smoke now, no longer black smoke. And that smoke's now coming directly at me. There is a light rain blowing here, too, as well. So rain's falling, there's the wind, and chaos, as you put it, that's a perfect word for what's going on. Now it looks like firefighters are trying to douse that vehicle fire across the street as well. So, and these streets were blocked. When I was coming here, the police were trying to clear Roosevelt Boulevard. The fire vehicles were having trouble cutting through the rush hour traffic on the boulevard and getting to the scene. And so they kept the boulevard open as they were trying to clear all the traffic off of it. Here comes some more thick smoke. 1 year. I'm sorry. That's right. So what you're hearing is everybody just trying to look out for my own good, clear out. All right, so Jason, now it's complete. I can't even see right now. It's complete black. All I see is a flickering red light or so. And now I can see some more flames on the street, but this is still not under control by any stretch. And like I said, multiple fires. And then it wasn't just vehicles. There's at least one house on fire as well. I'm moving just to get out of this smoke, number one, which will also help me breathe and see a little more.
Let's see what lie they come up with on why this plane or whatever it was crashed into Philadelphia. And people saying it seemed like a missile.
So,
and Steve, you mentioned when you first got there, you said you saw plane parts.
Yeah.
Did it? Can you tell what size plane by the part?
You saw plane parts, so they're trying to plant the story. You see, show us the plane. Well, the video of the plane slamming. Oh, they trying to edit it. Oh my goodness, we don't got time for this. Show us the plane slamming into this stuff. This reporter, this CIA reporter guy, I'm out of here and I saw plane parts. Yeah, right. You probably the one dropping them on the ground right now.
Parts you saw?
And these parts were not big. And like I said, I didn't know what they were. And I was tripping over things. It's in a parking lot. And then the officer said, hey, these are parts of the airplane. They began taping it off. And you'll see some of that in my video as I'm walking through it. And you don't ever want to walk into evidence scenes and debris scenes. Right. And so I got out of there. But in the one video I sent back, you'll see that. And I had no idea what it was. It just, because it was, it wasn't anything that you could identify. Let me put it that way. It didn't look like airplane parts. And the biggest part I saw was like 2 feet by 2 feet. So it looked like insulation. It looked like something from a house.
Well, it very may well have been. It looks like, as you mentioned, a house was on fire. Every firefighter in the area, I've got to imagine, is there along with a cop. And, we have no word on any injuries or fatalities. We have no word on what kind of plane this was. And we showed a doorbell video, if you're just joining us, a doorbell video from about a half a mile away, I'm assuming.
All right, Jason.
Yes,
Jason,
go ahead.
So to give you an idea, you're with Wendy's, is this? Which store is this? This is the cafe right here. All right. So I'm with a worker right across from where the house is on fire. What did you see in here while you were working?
Man, I was just working. I was making a drink, and then I just see a big old explosion of light just out of nowhere. I felt the vibration. It was crazy, man.
Bro.
And did you have any idea what it was?
I just seen that motherfucking video. That don't look like no more. That don't look like no God. Hold on, let's finish this.
Man, I don't know. At first, I thought it was like a gas leak or a gas truck, you know what I'm saying, collided with a car. But then I hear it's a plane, and I'm like, what? What do you mean a plane?
And then you looked out the back door here. You're fairly close. You see a house on fire here. But you know what street that is right there?
They keep talking about plane. Remember, bro, these drones, and even the 9/11, they had planes that could remotely be fly. We found that like 9/11, 2001, they had those. So imagine what they got right now. So what these people are saying, they say it could be, is it a plane, a small? What type of fucking military drone did the U.S. military do with this? See, we honor these people, bro.
But the side street.
Oh, the side? I'm not really.
Yeah, but
side street.
But you saw all the fires here.
I saw all the fires. Yeah, it was crazy. Man.
And what was the reaction of everybody in the cafe and all around here?
Oh man, everybody ran, bro. Everybody ran. They left.
Let's take off. Let's see. Yeah, let's take a look at this. So. If y'all look, because they can probably edit this and shit. This door camera, they just fresh to put this on. This was a mistake putting this video out. I know that. You're going to see something come out the sky, right? Bam. Now, did y'all see it real fast? It's still in the sky right there. While I'm moving this arrow, that's it. Boom. Did y'all seen that? Come on, bro. You telling me that was a plane? Man, like I said, everybody in the comment section said that they got a missile. You telling me a small plane? If that's a small plane, then whoever fuck was in that motherfucker just used it as a weapon of war and dove in the shit. That's crazy. What the hell is going on in America?
Look.
wasn't no plane. That's crazy. And now they finna get out here and lie to us and tell us that they finna lie to us and tell us we don't see with our own eyes. That wasn't no goddamn plane. What the fuck is that? Talk about supersonic jet was that, man? Please. That's crazy. Okay. So they gonna get busted. Hold on. Let me get this right. Get this late breaking right here. We got to. I wasn't even planning on this dealing with this. Hold on, revolutionary salute to our queen, Blanche XOXO for becoming a member to the House of Revolution. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Salute to you. Now, who house that? Probably the person in the house was targeted, but remember, like y'all saw, the Minister of Horror told us earlier that the Philadelphia Eagles tweeted out this tweet about a helicopter. This is crazy. And then all of a sudden today, we're not over investigating the DC helicopter military crash.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Live picture there in Philadelphia. We do have some breaking news there in the city of brotherly love. I want to put this tweet up from our colleague there at Fox 29, reporter Chris O'Connell. He says there have been several reports of a plane crash into a building in northeast Philadelphia. Fox 29 Philadelphia have been covering this story within the last few minutes. They are sending reporters to the scene. I believe some of those reporters are on the scene as well here. You can see Steve Keeley shooting this video from his cell phone. He says bulletin airplane crash there on Roosevelt Boulevard. He says fires burning in multiple spots on Cotman Avenue. He says pieces of airplane scattered there on the ground. Jason Martinez with this video saying this is being described as a plane crash in the area of Bustleton and Cotman Avenues in northeast Philly. That's a doorbell camera provided by a viewer there to Fox 29. Let's take it full here. Look at that. And you see the nighttime sky light up in orange. Wow. In the meantime here, Fox 29 in Philadelphia is in breaking news coverage of this. Let's listen.
It's crazy. I'm waiting and I'm sitting with anticipation for these people to explain to us what we just saw. And the small plane, man, bullshit, bro. Bullshit. Military drone technology. Why are they doing this shit to us, bro? Man, I can't believe that the U.S. government, instead of terrifying and horrifying us like this, we like trapped lab rats. They're going to kick everybody else out, then terrify us.
This is Jason Martinez here in the Fox 29 newsroom. You were looking at what's being described as a plane crash. This is Jason Martinez here in the Fox 29 newsroom. You were looking at what's being described as a plane crash in northeast Philadelphia. This is doorbell camera provided by a viewer left of your screen. You saw the fireball come out of the sky. Again, this is being described to us as a plane crash northeast Philadelphia in the area of Bustleton and Cotman Avenues. You saw the left of your screen, the fireball come right out. Take another closer look there. And so this just happening here in the last 20 minutes or so. Again, northeast Philadelphia. I believe we have Steve Keeley in the area on the phone. Steve, what can you tell us? Do we have Steve? We do not appear to have Steve at the moment. As soon as we get him, we'll bring it to you. But again, viewer provided video from a doorbell camera in northeast Philadelphia showing a fireball fall out of the sky. Of course, the Northeast Philly Airport, just less than a mile away from this location. And so a lot of viewers have been calling our newsroom and telling us that they believe this was a plane crash in this area of Bustleton and Cotman. But this doorbell camera video makes you question exactly what we're seeing. Here's a closer look.
Come on, man.
And really, I can only describe that as a fireball that falls.
You see what I'm saying? Even they can't sit here right now. And they just, who told us that was a plane? Some CIA reporter that was on the ground. Remember the CIA reporter? Oh, I stumbled across some stuff. It was small, but I guess it was a plane. They're planting the story that that's a plane, bro. But at our eyes, like, what the fuck? That ain't no plane. That ain't no plane falling out the sky, bro. That's real talk.
falls out of the sky. And again, this is Roosevelt Mall, I believe, the parking lot in Northeast Philly. And this is ground video that we're just getting in. You're seeing it as I am seeing it. Police taping the area off, smoke and debris in this area. And this, of course, all happening as we are still sorting through a plane crash that happened in D.C. No word on the size of the plane that crashed, what caused it. We are just learning this. There's some.
Stay back here. I'm gonna.
Okay, now we have Steve. Steve,
predictive programming. They keep saying plane crash, even though you like that ain't no plane, but they keep saying plane crash. Even though they don't see no plane with their own eyes, they keep saying plane crash. You didn't see no plane.
If you can hear me, what can you tell us?
Jason, I was just warned. I'm fairly close. I was nearby. This happened at 6 o'clock. I got it confirmed by 6:13 and 6:14. And then a top commander in the department told me his house shook. He called the bomb squad, and they told him a plane had crashed. Then lots of calls came in. I was nearby. I saw everybody racing over here. I raced with them. I'm looking at 2 fires going right now on Common Avenue. I'm standing in one of the driveways.
So, a small plane crashed. Wiped out city blocks and shit like that? What the hell are we looking at?
To the Roosevelt Mall. As I ran over here, I parked in the McDonald's at Cotman and the Boulevard. I wondered what I was tripping over, and it was pieces of an airplane scattered in the mall parking lot. They then began roping that off, and the heavy smell of jet fuel is in the air and has been in the air. There is still black smoke. The fires are not under control, and then an officer just told me to take cover behind the police and fire vehicle I'm there because there's a gas line nearby. Another commander told me cars were on fire. This was in rush hour. I know it because I was just on Common Avenue seconds before this, approaching the Boulevard when this plane crashed. So it was wall-to-wall cars approaching Cotman and the Boulevard. So people were stopped in traffic. I don't know if cars are on fire in front of me or parts of the plane, but it looks like multiple fires, and the fires are not right next to each other.
Yeah, you ain't telling the truth. Let's get to it. All right, we got enough from him. Let me try to get us some real information. Now we pretty much know we got the basics of that wasn't no goddamn plane. What the hell is going on? They gonna lie.
We are live. Breaking news. Plane crash, Philadelphia, folks. Live scene in Philadelphia. Heavy ambulance police presence. Oh my goodness, folks. Terrible, terrible tragedy. What people are saying, it looked like a missile that crashed, but it is a plane, a Learjet 55 air ambulance plane from Mexico. Wow, folks. Wow. Just 2 days after a terrible tragedy that occurred in Washington, D.C., Reagan Airport, where a plane crashed with a helicopter. A helicopter crashed into a plane before the plane was landing. We got this. So we're going to gather information. We're going to get an understanding of what's going on here. Come on in, everyone. JLR Investigates. So we're going to get some information. According to ABC 6, an investigation is underway after a small plane crashed in the area of Northeast Philadelphia. It happened near Cotman Avenue. So the location seems to be near Cotman and Roosevelt Boulevard. Now, that's in the Northeast. It's up there just after 6 p.m. So we're about an hour and a half into this. And you can see smoke. Multiple casualties have been reported. We don't know how many. But they're learning that the plane hit several buildings and cars in the area. Come on in. I'm going to try to get an understanding of what's going on here. I was working on another story when this popped up. I'm like, oh my goodness. So, and I was planning on going out tonight to get something to eat, but it looks like that is on hold for now. Terrible, terrible tragedy. Multiple victims being reported. So we're going to gather information. This is terrible, folks. The incoming Trump administration, the handling of the situation that just happened, and now you got 2 major plane crashes, 2 disasters under Trump's watch in the last, 11 days. Wow. Not blaming Trump at all. Not blaming Trump. I'm just saying, what is going on here? What is going on here? Police say 2 people were on the plane en route to Missouri on a medical assignment. Casualties have been reported. So apparently, it was some sort of medical plane. I'm going to get the actual name, but this is horrible, folks. Horrible. Two pilots, 2 doctors, 1 support person, and 1 patient killed. Now, do we have any understanding of what's happened on the ground? I know this hit multiple buildings. How's it looking of where this plane landed? All right, so come on in, folks. Plane, Philadelphia. This reminds me of the situation that happened in Oregon, outside Portland, Oregon, a few months back. A Learjet 55 air ambulance. People are already putting on Twitter that the area was rocked and shocked. Neighbors heard like an explosion. This is really bad. There's some reports that human remains have been found at the scene. I'm going to look at the multiple feeds coming here and see what's up. JLR investigates. Thanks for watching, everyone. And come on in. Come on in. Another plane crash. What in the world is going on? Plane crashes, as we heard from the other prior plane crash, we hadn't had a major commercial plane crash in a long, long time. Now we have 2 major plane crashes in just a short period of time. In just a short period of time. I mean, this is absolutely insane. Folks, come on in. But this looks like this is a good feed. There's an additional feed on Fox 29. However, it's taking us a lot of... I'm going to get different things up, but I'm just trying to monitor the situation here thus far. Come on in. People are saying that it came in like a missile. It came in like a missile. And looking at the other feeds, it really literally looked like a missile. This is just very, very strange. Very, very strange that this plane looked like it was going straight down. Not one of those glidings or anything like that. Straight down.
Used as a weapon of war.
Like a missile. That's what it appears like, folks. Near Cottman Avenue. A lot of people are like, be safe out there. All right, so the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, put out a statement. And he said, I've spoken with Philly mayor. My team is in communication with Philly PD, Philly Office of Emergency Management, and Philly Fire Department. We're offering all Commonwealth resources as a response to a small private plane crash in Northeast Philadelphia. All right, so Magnolia's running the chat. We got some videos coming up shortly. So stand by, folks, as we get information. Does anyone think this is strange? Bizarre? The timing? Suspect? Unconnected? I mean, back in the day, there was a lot of plane crashes that would happen frequently. But now we're in the era where it happened back to back. I have a lot of questions. See, I see people in the chat saying, very strange. Oh, my God, yes. I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. We try to stay away from the tin foil hat talk on this channel. But, man, this, I don't know, these things, it's premature, and I probably shouldn't say this, but it's just fishy. There's just fishy things with the FAA, airline industry. I was putting out a tweet earlier today saying that they're not identifying the pilot of that chopper, the chopper that hit the American Airlines plane with 64 people on board. They released 2 of the 3 people on the chopper, the military chopper, 2 servicemen, but the third person, who is the pilot, who is a female with about 500 hours of flying experience, they're not releasing that pilot's name. And a lot of people are like, what? Is America under attack? Breaking 911 just put out a tweet saying, horrible scene at Philly, plane crash in Philly, at least 6 on board dead. That's mass casualty to me. At least 6 on board. How many were totally on board? How many total were on board? A Learjet 55. I hear something like Springfield, Springfield, Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, folks. Wow. So I know we're going to get a press conference on this. I'm sure we're going to hear what in the world happened here. This is a live scene. Philadelphia Fire Department at the scene in Philadelphia. It's near the Roosevelt Mall. Near the Roosevelt Mall. Horrible, folks. And they were just... Action News 6 has a reporter at the... Two pilots, 2 doctors, 1 patient, 1 family member on the plane, according to Fox News. We're going to send over, we're going to switch the feed here and get to ABC 6, who has a reporter on the scene. Let's get boots on the ground and boots on the ground idea of what's going on here. Cottman Avenue, Roosevelt Boulevard. Smoke everywhere.
This all happened after that plane departed from the Northeast Philadelphia airport. They're confirming now 2 people were on board this plane. The plane, we're told from the FAA, was en route to Springfield Branson National Airport. Of course, that is in Missouri. We do know the FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board will be investigating this. The National Transportation Safety Board will actually lead this investigation. And of course, as they get more information, they'll pass it on to their media outlets. But again, the FAA confirming that this involved a Lear 55 jet that crashed around 6:30 p.m. local time. Let's get you back now to Brianna Gallagher, who is there at the scene. Brianna, what are you seeing there now?
Yes, Gray, we're still at the intersection of Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue, where the police presence is immense. There are a lot of first responders here going in and out of their vehicles, meeting up to have conversations, working to talk about exactly, what they're learning. Minute by minute, new information is coming in. We haven't heard quite yet from officials just yet on scene, but I know an update is coming. We got a lot of first responders here. We're still hearing sirens, so you mean the response is still coming. And also that large group of people that we saw, we're seeing a lot of people still walking up, and they're probably walking because the traffic to get to this area, if you live nearby or you're trying to get home or just trying to pass through, it is an entire gridlock. We were, less than a half a mile away, and it took us 15 minutes just to get to the intersection of Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. but new information still coming out. We're still working to get more details. Gonna send it back to you, Gray.
Okay, Brianna, thank you. And again, if you are just joining into our breaking news coverage, the FAA reporting that a Learjet 55 crashed around 6:30 p.m. Right there along Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. We can confirm tonight 2 people were on that plane. There were reports of multiple casualties, also reports that debris went into buildings, on top of cars. And we saw earlier that at least we know a business in that area was on fire. And at this time, we have multiple crews on the scene. We have now we have learned that Leland Pender has arrived there at the scene. Leland, where are you at this point? What are you seeing and what are you hearing?
Yeah, hey, Greg, we're right outside Jefferson Health here, and we are monitoring the entrance to the emergency room here. If you look right behind me, I'll let my photographer, Tom, kind of zoom in for a second. You see the entrance is being blocked off by a Jefferson Health police officer. We've seen some cars turned away. Some have been let in. They must have an authorized or approved reason to be on the property. But otherwise, there's not a whole lot of coming and going right here. Just moments ago, we did see an ambulance. Right now, let me just take a second here. It looks like maybe a police vehicle might be trying to enter. Not 100% sure. There's so many moving parts right now and trying to get a handle on what's going on. But a short time ago, we did see an ambulance leave in a rush, followed by a Philadelphia police car. Both had lights and sirens activated. That was just moments ago, but right now it is relatively quiet here. We'll, of course, continue to monitor things. We have reached out to Jefferson Health to find out how many patients could be treated here, maybe when they arrive, possible conditions. This hospital approximately 20 or 25 minutes away from the scene of the crash, so certainly in relatively close proximity. But that's the latest for right now. Still trying to gather information. We'll bring it to you as soon as we can. Gray?
Okay, Leland, thanks for that report there right outside the hospital. Again, we heard from individuals who saw the moments that plane went down. They spoke to our Action News reporter, Breonna Gallagher, who's there on the scene. That individual describing the scene as horrific. He said he was in disbelief. There was an explosion and the night sky lit up. He also said he's hoping that everyone is safe, but we do know there were multiple fatalities. An exact number, of course, not clear because this is developing. We want to get back to Action News reporter Brianna Smith, who's live there on the scene, working her sources, speaking with police about what exactly they're learning about this situation. Brianna.
Hey, Gary, yeah, we're trying to learn more from police, waiting to hear back from them to hear about the injuries, the people who were impacted from this crash. And right now we're seeing still some of that smoke pouring into the sky. I went closer to the parking lot near the mall and I saw 5 ambulances standing by in case anyone needs to be taken to the hospital. You can hear the sirens right now. You can tell this is a very busy and active scene as firefighters continue to put out the flames that we saw just about 15-20 minutes ago. But Gray, when I got to the scene, I spoke to a lot of people who were standing by to see what was going on here, and they sent me some videos because they were here earlier on. And so just taking a look at those videos, you can see how intense the flames are from that plane crash and just the debris scattered all over the street. And some of the video, you can see that the buildings nearby were impacted, some damaged from the crash. And if you look over in some of the video, you can see a house and a vehicle on fire. But it's just an incredible scene that unfolded here earlier this evening after that plane crashed on the road, and just seeing the flames. And again, as we said earlier, police say at least 2 people were on that plane. They believe they recovered at least 1 who they believe may be the pilot because of what the person was wearing, Gray.
Yeah, Brianna, have you talked to any more police officers to get maybe an idea about how many other injuries there have been in that area tonight? I know it's preliminary and I know it's a fluid situation, but have they gave you any indication of how many injuries they've seen or maybe heard about?
Yeah, unfortunately, Gray, not at this time, but we are working to learn more about the incident that happened here and those who were hurt or impacted from this plane crash. But as you can imagine, they're here hard at work trying to figure out how all of this happened, and then of course rush those people to safety who were hurt from this crash. So of course we're working to speak with officials here, but we're waiting to hear back at this time.
Okay, Brianna, thank you. And folks, as you watch this unfold with us, what you're seeing on your screen apparently is video of possibly the moments that this small aircraft came down there in Northeast Philadelphia. You saw that bolt of light go down to the ground, and then we see that mass explosion, a fireball there. People describing this as horrific. In disbelief that this, of course, happening in Northeast Philadelphia. Social media flooded with video as people, of course, live and work in this area, and coming outside to hear this explosion and to see a plane go down right in the neighborhood where they live. Again, we talked about how heavily traveled this area is. It happened just before 6:30 tonight. So you can imagine the traffic that was in this area. We also can confirm that at least 2 people were on that plane, and we are working to get you more information if we can about who exactly may have been injured in this particular situation. The FAA confirming the type of aircraft this was. They say it was a Learjet 55. We know that the individuals on that plane, they were on a medical mission. They were en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri. We know the FAA, the NTSB are investigating this. Brianna, we see you there still on the screen. I don't know if you are getting more information from your contacts about possibly what's happening.
Actually, Gray, we're being asked to be pushed back a bit from the scene. Police still working hard here, gathering evidence, trying to figure out what happened. So I just wanted to come back here to say that we are moving back a bit and we will talk to you. But yeah, just looking at this video, I mean, Gray, it's absolutely devastating to see what happened here in this neighborhood. And I mean, and after just all that happened with the other plane crash in the DC area. So to see that this is happening so close to home is absolutely devastating.
Yeah, Brianna, thank you for your reporting. Great job there. Let's get you live to Action News reporter Annie McCormick, who has made her way now to Northeast Philadelphia Airport. Annie, we know the FAA just put a ground stop there. Bring us up to speed on what you're learning.
Yeah, Gray, that ground stop now in effect specifically because of what happened, because of that plane crash. Like you said, we're just learning details about what type of plane. We know that this is a Learjet, that this was a service mission, rather. It is a medical jet, if you will. So what we're hearing now, though, is we're starting to learn that there were more people on board. I am now hearing from multiple sources that it's up to 6 people that were on that plane. Now, when you look at a number of those apps that they have, those flight tracker, there's a couple different types, you can actually see the plane when it took off and how short of a time that it was actually in the air. It looks like it maybe was only in the air for about 6 minutes. And, you know, when you're in the air, Cottman and the Boulevard is not too far away from where the Northeast Airport is.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Andre Tony for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Appreciate the love, family. Salute.
So at this point, I can tell you too, and some of the people we're talking to here, is that the conditions for flying seem foggy and rainy, even just before 6 p.m. It appears that this flight took off around 6:06 from Northeast Airport. I can tell you that Philadelphia police are here. Detectives right now are in the tower talking to air traffic controllers up there, trying to get all of those details. And there is a small police presence here. Of course, a number of the private airlines that are private airports here that take off right now. They have people that were waiting for flights that have gone home because of the ground stop as well. So at this point, it is quiet at Northeast Airport, eerily quiet. But again, we're still learning more about that information. When you talk about those medic jets, they could be for a variety of reasons. It could be because they're transporting something important, such as organs, if somebody needs a transplant, or it could be to actually transport a patient and taking that patient to get medical care that maybe they couldn't get in this area. And like you said, it appears that this plane was headed for Springfield, Missouri. Again, nuts and bolts that we're getting at this point is that the flight took off at 6:06 here from Northeast Airport. It looks like it was only in the air for a matter of minutes before crashing around Cottman and the Boulevard, which of course is an incredibly busy area. You're seeing those images come in. There's so much at that intersection between the mall, between the Boulevard. There's just so much going on. It's probably one of the worst places in Philadelphia that a plane could crash because the amount of vehicles, the amount of traffic, and because of the amount of residential areas
and that was the
as
perfect
well.
place.
So here at the airport, they're gathering information. Police are, detectives, like we said, are in the tower right now. They're gathering more information about who exactly was on that flight. We're hoping to learn more information, but what I'm getting now is I'm hearing from multiple sources it was possibly up to 6 people that were on that flight, which makes this even more tragic, and even more tragic when you think if they were going somewhere to be treated medically as well. That just makes this all the more sad. So at this point, that's what we're seeing at Northeast Airport. Again, the ground stop still continues here. And at this point, employees inside aren't saying much, but they're still gathering information too and staying abreast to what the FAA is telling them right now.
Yeah, any great information, and also some new information from Annie McCormick there outside the Northeast Philadelphia Airport, hearing from her sources that possibly up to 6 people were on that plane there, that plane being described from the FAA as a Learjet 55 crashing about 6:30. Annie saying that the flight took off around 6:06. We want to go back to Action News reporter Leland Pender, who is outside one of the local hospitals. Leland, what are you hearing? Any new updates from where you are?
Well, I'll just tell you what I've been seeing, Gray. We did see a police vehicle enter the property here behind me that is still blocked off by another police vehicle. Lots of traffic. Not sure if it's people that work here or were here for other reasons. Lots of traffic coming out of the hospital, not as much going in the hospital. We haven't seen any more emergency vehicles at this time, and I'm still waiting and hoping to hear back from Jefferson Health about whether or not they've taken any patients from this plane crash, and if so, how many. Of course, we're here at Jefferson Torresdale, just about 15-20 minutes away from the scene of that crash. And while people's status is unclear, the number of injuries, the types of injuries, we know that this plane crashed in a very heavily residential area, a very heavily area with businesses in it. So it's certainly possible that injuries and potentially fatalities could extend beyond those who were on the plane. And this hospital here is certainly in close proximity to that area. So we're hoping to learn if any of those people might be treated here. But of course, just devastation there at the scene. And let me step out the way. I apologize. I'll just show you what it looks like one more time here. Again, just one police officer monitoring the emergency room entrance here. And the way this hospital is built, the way it's set up, you can't really see onto the property very well. So it's very possible that ambulances and emergency crews may have arrived before we got here. We just don't know that. But again, I can tell you because I saw it with my own eyes about 10 minutes ago, maybe, we did see an ambulance rush out of the down the hill here and out onto this main road, followed by a police vehicle, possibly headed back to the scene. We don't know where they were going, but certainly seems likely. But they were in a rush. Lights and sirens were activated. This is certainly going to be potentially a long night for some healthcare workers in our area, including here at Jefferson Health Torresdale. But as we get more information, and we'll continue to try and get that from officials who, of course, are very busy right now trying to navigate this and figure things out just like we are. But as they share info with us, we'll, of course, share it with you. But for now, live here outside Jefferson, Torresdale, Leland Pender, Channel 6. Back to you.
Okay, Leland, thank you for your perspective and your reporting on what you're hearing and seeing. We can tell you that the Philadelphia Fire Department advising residents to avoid this area of Calvert and Vincent Streets there in that area. Bottom line, you don't need to be in this area right now. It is a very dangerous situation to be in this area. FAA, as you heard Annie McCormick say, issuing that ground stop at Northeast Philadelphia Airport because of the crash of this Learjet 55. We also know Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying that he is monitoring this crash here in Northeast Philadelphia. We can also tell you that the NTSB FAA involved in this investigation. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro saying his team is communicating with local officials and first responders and will be offering all Commonwealth resources as they respond to this plane crash there in Northeast Philadelphia. We want to go back live to Action News reporter Brianna Smith, who is live there at the scene. Brianna, we know you continue to get pushed back from the scene, which is customary as police officers and those first responders do their investigation there. It seems you have someone with you. Tell us what you're hearing, what you're seeing, and who you're talking to.
Yeah, Gary, as you mentioned, we were pushed back so that police could do their job. But right now we have Azul with us, who was actually at the gym at the time of the crash. And he's here to tell us what he heard, what he saw, and just his reaction to the whole thing. So tell us what you saw.
I was at the gym. You know, today was leg day. And you just hear everybody say, get down, get down, get down. When everybody say get down, we all get down. But I just see the plane is getting lower and lower and lower. It nipped the house. When it nipped the house, it hit a couple cars. Boom! And to the plaza, and to the Dunkin' Donuts, everywhere. I've never seen nothing like that a day in my life. I have never seen nothing like that. You got dead bodies over there, cars burnt up as I showed you from the gym.
What was it like in the moment? What was going through your head?
And it looked like a movie. Like a movie, like, damn, is this really happening? Then you hearing everything blow up, boom. Then you seeing the cars that was just there, they just going up in flames. Like, I think it's an act of war.
Devastating, for sure.
Devastating.
And you saw, tell me, you took some videos. Tell me what you saw.
Yeah, I got some videos I can show you. So basically, like,
the cars and the houses.
The houses, if you look at the houses right now, the house is still on fire because when the
think
flames
it's
come
an act
down,
of war.
it hit the house. And by the explosion being so vast, it exploded, and everything that was around it, it like caught like ricochets of it. If you look, if you can go over there right now. While I'm coming out the gym, you see cars that wasn't even close to the plane. It's caught fire. They're completely done. You can't see. I showed you the pictures. It's messed up, man.
And to see all
houses on fire, they trying to put it out there. You see kids running out. It's not right, man. And then I don't know if this was purposely done or not, but what I do know, man, you need answers.
Well, and to see all this activity, we're working to learn more about who was hurt, how many people, but just to know that this is happening so close to home in your community,
I live right there.
To know that this is happening in your own backyard, I mean, how are you feeling right now?
To be honest, I don't think nobody's safe. I think everybody needs to protect themselves by any means possible. Like, what can we do? What can we do? If it's happening now, what can we do?
That's so true.
Like, we have no control of that. Can't nobody expect that. You cannot see that coming. I'm doing legs, you know, I go to the gym to relieve stress, and you hear the boom, and you see everything, but you just see the plane getting lower and lower. Then yesterday it was the planes like, damn, what's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Tragic, for sure. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us, and
Ah,
I'm sorry
so
that you
you
had
need
to
to get
see
all that.
all of that happen right in front of your eyes. And Gray, as we mentioned, you know, we're seeing the aftermath, but there are a lot of people in this area. We mentioned that this is a very busy area. People are traveling through, going shopping, driving, and it happened this evening, you know, people going home. And so people saw this unfold. So I can't even imagine what it was like for them. But thank you to Azul for describing what he saw and how he felt in the moment.
Brianna, thanks for your reporting and great perspective from that individual there who witnessed all this. We want to bring in now Action News anchor Shari Williams, who is joining us here on our breaking news coverage.
As we were just listening to this eyewitness who took account of what he saw and heard tonight, you can actually feel the concern, hear the anxiety that people are having. And we know so much of it is ramped up right now because of what happened in the nation's capital with that jet, of course, colliding with the helicopter in the nation's capital. And now we have this small plane that has crashed here in the northeast section of Philadelphia. And so we're hearing that from those who are on the ground, being interviewed by our reporters who are fanned out, gathering information as best we can on this developing story. As I made my way into the studio, I did have an opportunity to speak with different commanders. One of the points that was made is that they are really trying to clear that area and allow the gas company to make sure that they can turn off any of the gas lines that are in that area. That is one of the concerns they are working against as they are on that scene with this explosion. They must take precautions and create a boundary to make sure that first responders are safe as they too try to get closer to the actual devastation.
So many people in shock and disbelief. And we heard the woman there as we watched this video of that explosion as that Learjet 55 crashes right there in Northeast Philadelphia, exclaiming, "Oh my God. Oh my God." Let's get you back out now to Action News reporter Annie McCormick. She's outside Northeast Philadelphia Airport where that ground stop is now in effect, Annie, because of this plane crash.
Yeah, and Gray, that ground stop does continue. We were hearing from sources up here that there are up to 6 on board. However, the FAA, good news, the FAA is saying that they believe that 2 people were on board. But again, this is a medical jet. There was a medical flight of some sort. We've covered stories before about some of those medical flights. It could be a variety of reasons that it could be taking somebody to get medical attention that they can't get in one region to another. In this case, this plane was headed towards Springfield, Missouri. It's not clear what type of medical treatment or what their purpose was medically that they were going to do. But we've seen everything from those flights that are able to transplant organs quickly to somebody who's in need of, a kidney or a heart, things of that nature. It could be that. They're saying now, with the FAA, according to the FAA, with 2 people on board, it's probably less likely that there was a patient that was on board. So we're still trying to figure out exactly who was on that flight and what their intentions were of why they were going to Springfield, Missouri. 6:30 is when the FAA is saying that the crash did occur. It looks like, according to a number of those apps that they have that track those flights, there's a variety of them. It looks like that the plane took off around 6:06, a little bit after 6, here from Northeast Airport. We do know police are here right now, Philadelphia police, and additionally, detectives are in the tower right now trying to get all of those details from air traffic control at this point. It's quiet here, though, because of that ground stop. But as we learned, sadly, from the plane crash in Washington, D.C. earlier this week, we were reminded of the things that the FAA and the NTSB will look into when there is a crash of a plane crash, including what were the weather conditions. Obviously, it's incredibly foggy and rainy tonight. In fact, I was at a story in Delaware earlier, and we drove up on 95, and the fog was so thick. And that was about 5:45. It was hard for us to see on 95 driving. So I'm not sure about how the flying conditions were when that flight took off, but I can't imagine it was significantly less foggy than where it was when we were driving up in Delaware. That's something that they will look at, something that they will factor in. So in regards to the details that they're gathering right now, obviously the first concern is dealing with the crash and the impact and the fires and everything that came, the catastrophe that came from this plane crashing, again, in probably one of the worst possible spots to crash in Philadelphia, with the boulevard right there, how many lanes of traffic there are at this time in the evening at rush hour. And there's so much more there with the mall there, with there's just so much in that area. Cottman's such a busy road, and the boulevard as well. So at this point, we did see a number of people that looked like they were actually about to fly out. They were sitting, it looked like they were waiting for a flight, and we started to see them leave. That's around the time of when that ground stop was put in place. And we know that a number of the employees here not able to talk to us about any of the details at all, but you can see them kind of standing, watching the news coverage themselves. I mean, to see a plane crash when you work at an airport too, and you're in the aviation business, is also very, very disturbing. And especially after this week, seeing all the casualties of those 67 people in Washington, D.C., and now seeing this, it's something that really people in the aviation community, I can't even imagine what's going through their minds at this point. But here, in regards to what police activity is still going on at Northeast Airport, there are a couple officers that are still here. There's at least one cruiser stationed outside of Atlantic Aviation here. But, this is a big swath of the area right now at Northeast Airport. So there's a lot of ground to cover, and we're only in one portion of it. So we do know that there's more police here, and specifically detectives as well, in that tower as we speak right now. And as for the type of plane, they're releasing the information about the size of it and the type of plane and where it was going, again, to Springfield, Missouri. And you also have to wonder, too, what the urgency was for this flight to get out. Again, because we don't know exactly what the medical mission was, if you will, for this flight. Again, in all the years we've done this, we've covered everything from the type of medic flights that are I forget the name of it, but it's the angels, people who are pilots that donate and volunteer their time to take people or patients places. We're not saying that this is that. We don't know. I'm just giving you the possibilities of what type of medical jet that this could be. It could be anything from that. It could be anything from getting someone to see medical treatment somewhere else. And it could also possibly be to transport organs as well. So all in all, when you hear that it's also a medical jet on top of it, it makes it even more tragic. At this point, though, in regards to police activity here, they're obviously pulling all of their resources to be where they need to be for the fires, for all of the catastrophe that's happening at the Boulevard and Cottman as well. So still waiting to hear more from what they're gathering here, but like we said, detectives are in the tower as we speak.
Okay, Annie, thank you so much for your reporting from there. It is top of the hour, just after 8 p.m. here in Philadelphia. I'm Shari Williams alongside Gray Hall with Action News. We are in breaking news coverage right now as we are covering a small plane crash that has happened in the northeast section of the city. Our understanding is a Learjet 55 that was on a medical assignment crashed just about 90 minutes ago, just about 6:30. It was departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. The FAA telling us at this time they can confirm there were 2 people on board that Learjet when it crashed. It was en route, though, to Missouri. Or at this point, the NTSB is leading this investigation. As you can imagine, though, all of our emergency personnel in the city of Philadelphia is on the ground doing their best to respond to this crash.
Yeah, we can see the devastation on the ground there in Northeast Philadelphia. So much shock and awe as we continue to follow this breaking news story. We want to bring in Action News reporter Brianna Gallagher, who was one of the first there on the scene. Brianna, we've been hearing from individuals who witnessed this happen. Tell us what you're seeing, what you're hearing so far tonight.
Yes, great, Shari. We are still near the intersection of Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue. Police have since pushed us further back since we first arrived here. We've been pushed back twice now, just more as a safety precaution. But I'm joined with Mikey. He works at the gas station here, and he saw what took place. Mikey, can you describe what you heard and what you saw?
Yeah, so honestly, it was a big ball. I was standing right at the door, and it was a big ball of fire just flew into the sky, and the whole gas station started shaking. And like little debris and stuff was flying over there. So I tried to keep the door shut, not let customers out until the debris was gone, so nobody got hurt or anything. Once I seen a big ball of fire, I came outside. I walked straight down there, started seeing a bunch of plane pieces, and it just honestly like a human foot or something. It was in a shoe still, just on the side of the street, and we seen the houses right here. They literally had caught on fire. The cops didn't even notice that at first. They was trying to attend to where the cars was. It looked like it might have been a little bit of traffic in the street. So when the plane crashed, literally every car was engulfed in flames, in a straight line. So when the cops came, they were trying to tell them, the house is on fire. The house is on fire. So then they finally got a fire truck to go attend to that. And, it's really tragic. And I just pray that everybody is safe. And, I pray for everybody's family, everybody that's involved. And, it's sad. It really is.
I know we're all praying for anyone who may be involved, relatives, family, especially because we don't know the extent, the further damage of the casualtiness of this. Now, I know you said that you weren't necessarily in disbelief when this happened, but your adrenaline was pumping, that you took off to see if you could help anyone.
All I wanted to do was help. If there was anything I could have did to assist and help them out, that's all I wanted to do. So when I got over there, the adrenaline was rushing. Was no fear, you know what I mean? I just was trying to help in any possible way. I'm a Pennsylvania state agent, so I just wanted to see if I could assist and help out in any way possible. But the cops, they did a really great job. They locked it down, tried to push everybody back because it seemed like everybody was going towards the fire, which again, the fire, you could smell the jet fuel. And it was all black smoke around, so they was trying to push people back so that way they wasn't inhaling that, And it's sad, it really is.
And there were a lot of cars and vehicles too. I mean, there's a lot of video that people have been sending in to us. A lot of vehicles also caught on fire.
Yeah, so actually, there was a lady. She just in enough time. When I say just enough time, she just was able to get through. but she drove straight through. She pulled to the side of where the auto zone is over there, and she got out the car and she was like, what just happened? She was like in shock, and I was like, I don't know. She had a big piece of metal that flew into the back of her car window, busted her car window.
Oh my gosh, you can only imagine. I mean, I'm sure every person that was driving along the boulevard at this time, traffic probably came to a stop. People were trying to figure out what's going on. Am I safe? What's happening?
Right, and that's another thing. You know, the Roosevelt Boulevard is very busy, especially right here at Cotman. So when it happened, there was a lot of cars over there. You know, so like when I could see, it was literally a line of fire on every car. Like every single car, it was like just a line of fire. Everything was on fire, and then they said that another guy came into the gas station. He happened to be right there over at the Sides Hot Chicken, and he said that he saw the plane go right over top of the Dunkin' Donuts, almost hit the Dunkin' Donuts, just missed the Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah.
Did you see any other people exiting their vehicles or running or asking for help?
There was a lot of cars that had like metal pieces that shattered their windows and stuff. You know, people didn't know what was going on. None of us knew what happened, you know. It just was a loud boom. You saw a crazy fire flame go up into the skies. So everybody was just kind of shocked, trying to figure out what happened. And then, you know, people thought it was a tanker, could have like hit over, gas line could have blew. They didn't know what was going on. So like everybody was trying to figure it out. But then you started seeing pieces of like an airplane or like a helicopter or something on the ground as like you're walking straight down the boulevard. So
now I know we also talked a little bit about the response efforts. How quickly did you see a response from police, fire, and blocking off the streets here?
Yeah, Philadelphia police, the Philadelphia Fire Department did a heck of a job. They got there instantly. When I say instantly, I tilt my hat to them. Seriously, I salute to them. They got there in a second. So, and by the time I had 3 fire trucks literally flying down as the flames were still in the sky. So their response was quick.
And how are you feeling now that your adrenaline has it calmed down a little bit, or are you still pumped up?
I'm just upset, you know, like this is tragic to happen in Philadelphia. You know what I mean? Like it's just a plane just crashed and all them innocent people lost their lives and stuff. So for this to just happen again, it's just like it's mind-boggling to me. Seriously, it really is.
Yes, a lot of questions and answers that we still need to find out tonight as we hope to learn more from officials here. Gray, Shari.
Okay, Brianna, the sentiment just can't be lost on us. It is really impacting people differently because of what just recently happened at the nation's capital.
Yeah.
People are very concerned about their safety, safety of others, as we see these images that are coming in and the devastation, the fires that are everywhere. Some of the video, Gray, I was just speaking with you about it. A couple of commanders sent me some video, and people who had no idea, of course, this was coming, were then impacted by the flames and the explosion that followed. Literally people who were caught on fire while they were caught off guard by this. There is some very disturbing video that is out there. We also know that several people had to be transported to the hospital with burns. We want to go now to Action News reporter Leland Pender, who's at Jefferson Hospital on the ground there. This seems to be for sure one of the hospitals where some of those who were burned or injured tonight, Leland, were transported.
Yeah, sure. This is absolutely tragic. As I've been out here listening to you all in between times and I've been on TV, I've seen some videos that so many people probably have, and just the impact of that crash and the fireball that followed. You think about all the people, businesses, homes that were around, people maybe in their cars. This is just absolutely tragic. Right now, I'm here outside Jefferson Torresdale Hospital. Activity here has been sporadic. I can tell you, I have seen 3 ambulances, that is, excuse me, someone is behind me yelling, 3 ambulances come through here with their lights on. And then I've also seen some of those contracted ambulance services come through here as well with their lights off. So it's still unclear right now who is being treated here, how many people are being treated here. But I have gotten one report, this is unconfirmed at this time, but one report of a firefighter taken to Jefferson Einstein with trouble breathing. I'm still trying to verify that and confirm it, but I did receive that report. So that's something else we have to think about. There are so many people, regular civilians, citizens who are impacted by this, who may have been around when this happened, but there's also, as we all know, dozens upon dozens upon dozens of first responders, local police, firefighters, EMS, and certainly as they go in to try and help people and save lives, they are not immune to being hurt or somehow affected or injured themselves. So this is certainly still an ongoing, very active, developing situation. But again, at this time, again, I'll show you the scene. Activity here at Jefferson Torresdale is sporadic. The entry there to the ER still blocked off by a police officer. He is closely monitoring who is coming in and out of the hospital. Some people being turned away. Every time an ambulance has come in, they've certainly been allowed to get in quickly. But that is the latest for now. I'll continue to try and talk to someone with Jefferson and monitor the situation here. Back to you.
Okay, Leland, thank you so much for that reporting again, folks, as we continue to follow this breaking news coming from Northeast Philadelphia. So much shock and awe right in our backyard there as we watch different pieces of video coming in from social media. You can see how alarmed people were. Some people just going about their day. Shari, as you said, you saw people walking down the street. A plane comes down and one person, you said a commander or someone thinks she was actually on fire.
A person on fire.
We saw one man who was just, looks like he was leaving his home, saying goodbye, maybe perhaps to his wife. And in the background, you saw that plane come down and then that ball of fire that erupted. He runs back into his home and you can hear his wife screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God." Again, this Lear Jet 55 crashing around 6:30. The FAA saying that it was on its way to a medical assignment in Springfield, Branson, Missouri. Heartbreaking story, shocking story, unbelievable situation in our own backyard, right there in Northeast Philadelphia along Roosevelt Boulevard, Cotman Avenue, heavily traveled area.
Yeah, the thing that is so surprising for is because we don't have to really go through this often. Plane crashes are not common in the United States. And here we are now reporting on our second such plane of devastation in a matter of days. And this is just only heightening the concern and making people feel uncomfortable and just really in a place of disbelief.
Yeah, as we heard some witnesses saying, they saw bodies on the ground. They saw cars on fire. We know at one point we were talking to Brianna Smith, we saw a building on fire. Firefighters on top of that building attacking the flames there. We know there are multiple casualties tonight, and now becomes the big questions of how this happened, why did this happen? And investigators have a long way to go, of course, as this is all continuing to unfold.
Let's go now to Action News reporter Brianna Smith, who is near the scene of the crash, as close as we can get, because we're trying to, of course, do this safely and within the parameters that police are asking us to do the reporting. Brianna, you have an update?
Well, Shar, we are at Cotman and Roosevelt. Like you mentioned, we are pushed back, working to learn more from police. I did reach out to see when we possibly would be able to get an update, so I am waiting to hear back. But I'm still taking a look at this smoke that's coming from the building. We mentioned it about an hour or so ago. That was behind the Cotman food. Gray also mentioned it, where we saw the firefighters on top of the building. Still wondering where that smoke is coming from and why and how it started. I'm sure first responders working hard to get it all under control, but still just very much an active scene here, Shari and Gray. We did see a fire truck leave the scene, but just so many first responders, police officers, just trying to figure out what happened here, assess the area, assess the damage. We've been talking to people who were here when the explosion happened, when they saw the houses, the vehicles go on fire, and just describe what it's like here. And, you know, you just think about the people who are on the plane, the people who are on the ground, those who are impacted in the homes nearby. We spoke a lot about this just being a very busy area, especially happening during rush hour. So you just imagine the people who were impacted by this. And, you know, we're working to learn more about those people, about the injuries, those who lost their lives, and you just can't help to think about these families tonight. But yeah, first responders here working hard, trying to make sure that everyone is safe and that things remain under control. But again, so many questions here, and waiting to hear from authorities to learn more about the crash tonight. Shari and Gray.
Yeah, Brianna, thanks for your reporting. Just a unbelievable night here in the city of Philadelphia. Some new information coming in from ABC News now. ABC News reporting that Jet Rescue Air Ambulance was operating that Learjet 55 that crashed here in Northeast Philadelphia. Again, we should tell you that Governor Josh Shapiro, of course, heavily aware of this situation. He's saying earlier tonight that his team is communicating with local officials and first responders, offering all Commonwealth resources as they respond to this small plane that went down there in Northeast Philadelphia around 6:30 p.m. We know it was en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri. And we saw Annie at Northeast Philadelphia Airport where that ground stop is now in effect. So we know this is a plane that was on a medical mission. And she alluded to the fact that this is already heartbreaking and shocking enough. But to think that possibly there were patients on that plane en route to try to get some help, and then this happens. That plane goes down right there in Northeast Philadelphia. Again, at this point, we don't know what happened to make this plane go down, but we know it did go down right there, right here in our own backyard. We see debris strewn everywhere there on the streets. We heard from witnesses who said they saw bodies in the street. They saw cars and buildings and homes on fire. And we heard one guy crediting the response of our police and fire department, saying that they were there within a matter of minutes.
Let's now take a listen to a witness who was on the scene near this area when the plane went down.
There was a small plane basically hit right over there, and it was just like, it was just horrific. It was something, I was just driving down the street and coming out of Wendy's, and I just saw a plane basically just hit the buildings, and just an explosion happened, and I just seen the sky light up, and I pulled over, and basically it was just real bad around here.
What did you, how loud was it? Like, did it shake you?
I guess definitely would say it was like minor earthquake-ish. Like, it was just real surprising. Definitely minor earthquake-ish.
And talk about, I mean, we've seen the videos. The fire was pretty explosive.
Oh, yeah, yes. Yes, it lit up the whole sky. Literally lit up the whole sky like it was daytime out here. And it's literally, what time is it? 7:15?
Were you scared at all? Did you, like, start running or take some steps back? Like, or did you stop in your track?
I was driving, so I was coming out of Wendy's.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a good 4 for 4. Shout out to Wendy's.
And then what did you see after the fact? Were a lot of people kind of in the street taking, you know, a look at what happened?
We saw fire. Yes, there was a lot of people in the street because there's still Roosevelt Boulevard, it's Cotman Avenue. But it was definitely a real, it's horrific. It's definitely a once in a lifetime situation. I hope everybody's safe at least.
There you were just listening to a witness who described what he heard, what he saw, what he felt, describing this as a minor earthquake, saying that this explosion, when that plane went down, lit up the sky like it was daytime. He was shocked in disbelief, sad, and of course, in total shock about what happened right here in Northeast Philadelphia. Certainly something that we randomly see or probably never see on the streets there in Northeast Philadelphia. There have been planes that have gone down before, helicopters that have gone down before, and we've covered. But this situation here is something that we have not covered, something like this before here.
So this Learjet 55 crashing just about 2 hours ago after departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. We are working to get more confirmation in regards to the number of people who were on board this jet. So far, we are hearing from officials that there were at least 2. We know there were at least 2 people on this Learjet 55 that was on a medical assignment, making its way. It was hoping to make its way to an airport in Missouri. Let's go now to Action News reporter Annie McCormick, who is at that Northeast Philadelphia airport where the Learjet departed from. Annie, what can you tell us?
Yeah, and Shari, earlier I was reporting that there are up to 6 on the plane. I heard that from multiple sources. Then the FAA put out something saying 2. Sadly, we are hearing from even more sources that it is up to 6 people that were on that medical jet, or hearing that there was at least a medic, a pilot, and possibly a patient. Of course, we're still working to get all of this absolutely confirmed from officials, but there are now an abundant amount of sources telling people. So reportedly 6 people on this medical jet that was headed to Springfield, Missouri. At this point, we know that the flight took off a little bit after 6 o'clock. It crashed at 6:30. There are actually people that are arriving here to Atlantic Aviation right now. I'm not 100% sure if this is where the jet took off from, but there is a lot of activity here, and this is where police are as well. So at this point, there is a ground stop here. Detectives are in the tower now still as we speak. And again, we don't know the reason for this flight. We were talking about how there's a variety of reasons that something could be a medical jet. Another thing I learned in talking to, I am by no means an aviation expert. However, in talking to some people just within the past half hour, it makes a little bit more sense as to how a jet like that could take off in conditions like this. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but Ricky Harris and I were driving up from Delaware just before 6, and it was so foggy we could barely see on 95 with the rain. But when you have certain jets have certain instruments that are capable of flying in different types of inclement weather. And so what I am told by some people in the aviation field is if this is a medical jet, that it could be one that falls into that category to have those special instruments. And even if you have inclement weather, you have the ability to fly over, say, maybe a commercial plane or something of that nature. So it is making a little bit of sense now. As to what the medical mission was, we don't know. We were talking before, we've covered, multiple stories over the years of different people that, either fly to transport organs, they fly to transport a patient that maybe can't get a specific type of medical care in one area. Sometimes in situations, it's somebody who's donating their time to fly them. We don't think that that is this situation here because this is believed to be a private jet. We don't think this is one of those situations. So at this point, again, we're still trying to figure out all that. But here at the airport now, what I'm also told is that they are checking on certain things. One of the things that somebody is out there right now testing the fuel, not to say that that could be the reason why this flight went down, but they're going to start looking at all of the possibilities as to what that could have been. But I'm told that they're checking the fuel right now, in part since it's been such a heavy downpour now for several hours, checking possibly to see if any water got into the fuel, anything of that nature. We don't know that for sure. This is normal procedure to check all of the possible things that could go wrong. And when we're listening earlier this week in regards to the horrific plane crash that killed 67 people in Washington, we got a reminder of all of the things that federal investigators look into in these situations. So besides weather, there's going to be other things that has to do with the instruments on the plane, that has to do with fuel. Could this have been engine failure? And when you look at those flight all different names that basically do the same thing, where you can look and you can see where a flight takes off, what time they take off, where the flight is going. And when you look at the numerous flight apps and you see this plane, you see that was barely in the sky. It wasn't even in the sky for that long, and it looks like it just went straight down before crashing at the Boulevard and Cottman. And again, probably the worst place in the city that it could crash, with the amount of traffic, the amount of people, the amount of commercial businesses and residential businesses all in that cluster. So those are all things that they're going to be looking at, investigators here. And again, that's also why they're talking to the tower right now to figure out exactly what the tower knew, what they saw, what they heard, if there was any transmissions between the tower and the pilots before. All of that is going to be broken down. And again, all of the types of things that when we've been watching the ongoing news coverage of what happened in Washington, even though this flight may have had significantly less people on it, they're all going to look at many of the same things to see how exactly this happened. It isn't because of weather that there's a ground stop, it's because of the plane crash. So we do know right now that that's why nothing is taking off here at Northeast Airport. But within just the past 20 minutes, I can say we've seen at least 4 or 5 people arrive here, running in with some sense of urgency. Whether they're investigators, we don't know. When it comes to the FAA and the NTSB, they have investigators that are stationed, in different areas of the country to respond. So, that could be people that are coming to respond to that to begin the investigation. So police still have a presence here, but obviously they want to put the majority of their resources to the catastrophe that they're seeing all around in the Northeast right now, from the multiple things that are happening. Besides the plane crash, besides the debris that's on the ground, you have the fires, then you're going to have to cut off gas lines and power. So you're going to need police not just to assist, but also to assist with the crowds, to assist with people that may have to be evacuated. So at this point, that's why there is a limited police presence here, even though there is a presence. So again, we also know that there are detectives as well. But we know that that plane, according to the flight tracker apps, that plane not only left a little bit after 6, it crashed at 6:30, but it was headed for Springfield, Missouri. Now, on these flights, if this is a flight that was a medic flight and it had up to 6 people on it, then that could also mean that there are potential to be either a doctor, a medic, a nurse, somebody from the healthcare profession on that flight. If you have a patient on a flight like this, they need to be monitored throughout the entire flight. And it's tricky. You're dealing with they're in a different situation. They're out of a hospital. So depending on the extent of care that patient might need, they're going to need somebody with them, a medical professional, and potentially too, maybe a family member as well. So learning more now, hearing again that this is for a medic flight and this is what went down is just, it's so sad and so tragic. And, we're still just working to find out a little bit more information about what exactly the mission of this flight.
Annie, thank you for your perspective and your great reporting there as we continue to take a look at some of these images of this plane that went down here in Northeast Philadelphia. We talked about the situation in Washington, D.C., over the Potomac, where the American Airlines flight slammed, or the Black Hawk slammed into the American Airlines plane. We saw that go down, 67 people losing their lives. But when you look at this video in our own backyard, it's a different situation, and it brings it closer to home. As we know, there will be mass fatalities. We've seen the videos of people on fire walking down the street there in Northeast Philadelphia. And there's the explosion as that plane goes down. We know that people have lost their lives.
What we also realize about this is the magnitude of the scene. The scene itself is, because it's a populated area, the impact is different because there are people on the ground who were walking the street, who were getting on the bus, who were walking to their cars, who were coming out of their homes. It's so populated in this particular area that the scene itself that needs to be tended to, our first responders have quite the job right now. I'm actually just speaking with a commander in the fire department, and when they showed up, they described all the things on fire, where to start, where to go. Cars were on fire, houses were on fire, and they are still trying to secure this scene.
It is difficult to wrap our minds around this. We've heard people talk about that this scene is horrific. They are in disbelief. Someone described it as a mini earthquake when they heard that explosion.
Let's now go to Action News reporter Jessica Cartalia, who is working the story as best she can. Her location, Anna, but we do have Jessica Cartalia who's going to join us. She's right there near the scene as well. Jessica, what have you learned?
Hi, Shari. Yeah, we arrived at the scene and everything is cordoned off in this area. Joining me now is Jimmy Weiss. Jimmy, you saw this entire event unfold.
Pretty much. Some people sent me videos, but we were right here and we heard a loud explosion and then saw the aftermath of flames and smoke. Common sense dictated that I not get close to it. And then very quickly, just a cavalry of police and first responders. God bless them for going into harm's way. And we heard that there was a medical transport. It was a couple doctors transporting a patient to like Memphis or somewhere, something with an M, or I'm not exactly sure, but that there might have been 6 people on board. And then we think it may have broken apart above the mall because there's plane parts in the mall parking lot, but then it hit like at Cotman and around Leonard Street.
So you were over in this area, of course, a busy time of night. People are here getting dinner. That's what you were doing?
Yeah, just walking around, figuring out where we might get something to eat.
In the immediate aftermath, how soon before police started to arrive and people started calling 911?
It seemed like within a minute you could hear sirens approaching, and then it just swarmed. They were just an immediate response.
And Jimmy, in light of what just happened in Washington, D.C., what went through your mind immediately when you saw that plane go down?
Well, you don't want to think you don't want to think the worst things, but obviously it's very concerning to have two aviation disasters so close together when we haven't had one really in quite some time. So it's concerning for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're with your family, is that correct? What did you guys do as soon as you saw the police starting to move in?
We just kind of sat there with our jaw dropped. We started to inch a little closer, but then the police started cordoning everything off. So I didn't want to get too close because it just looked bad. And other people running towards it, and too many cooks spoiled the broth, so I didn't need to be in the way.
Now, if somebody is just joining us and did not hear the beginning of our interview, people are saying that it sounded just like a bomb was going off. Is that what it felt like to you?
It felt like the ground shook, and you could hear it was a loud boom. It was startling, for sure.
Did people start running toward the scene? My understanding is that people were running toward to try to get video as opposed to running away from the scene.
Yes, a lot of people did do that. I'm not that person, so I'm not taking videos. Like when I go to a concert, I want to hear the concert, not film the concert. So I just kind of stayed back, let everybody else take care of it, and let first responders, arrive and do their due diligence. I'm not looking for a second explosion. So once I hear one explosion, another one might come after it. So I have children, and they want me home tonight. And sadly, some people, won't have that luxury. It's very sad.
Jimmy, people who are not from this area, can you describe what this area is typically like right around dinner time and what kinds of people, how the traffic situation was? Because, of course, as this comes down, it leads to a major incident with fire after that explosion. And this is a very busy time of day.
This is a pretty busy area. It's Cottman and Bustleton. It's, the Roosevelt Mall's been here my entire life. People are getting something to eat. They're shopping. There's a lot of restaurants. There's a lot of commerce here. So it's typically pretty busy either way, even with the weather.
Jimmy, thank you. I really appreciate your time, and I'm glad that you're safe. And thank you for sharing that with us. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation out here. We've talked with several people. I spoke with a gentleman who was working out at a gym right down the street here, and he says that the weights literally started to fly off the walls. The building was shaking so furiously. But Shari, we'll stay on the scene, and we'll bring you more as soon as we have it.
Jessica, thank you. We want to go to a live briefing right now where officials are giving an update. Let's listen in.
Okay, they're still preparing for it. They're still preparing for this update here.
This is unbelievable.
We know that they are hoping to come to give the public a preliminary update for what they know at this point.
We need to know how many
Let's go
died,
now
but it's
to,
at least 6.
Christy Aletta, who's here in the studio with us. And the images that we are getting from our viewers, Christy, they are astonishing, devastating to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, and we've been playing this video for sure because this is one of the best ones that gives us a good vantage point of what actually happened. And we know that moments after this crash, residents and witnesses immediately began contacting our newsroom with videos and pictures of not just the aftermath, but also the impact. This is the ring cam video that we've been playing on repeat pretty much of the crash happening on Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue. You can see a couple that were leaving their home and then suddenly a large bang, which was the moment the plane crashes to the ground and suddenly a massive fireball lights up the sky just behind those row homes over there. And then I want to go to another video because this gives us a different vantage point of the crash, this time near the Raising Cane's on Cottman and Bradford Street. An Action News viewer says that he was in his car in the parking lot and witnessed the moment the plane went down. And then you see that large fireball in the distance pretty much burst into the sky. A large black plume of smoke billows over that parking lot, and then you can see residents began screaming in horror, kind of running to the scene, trying to see what happened and make sense of everything that's unfolding. And then this video from Cynthia M shows a closer perspective of the aftermath. A parking lot ablaze, and it appears from this point several cars possibly also on fire, debris of what appears to be parts of the plane and maybe some of the adjacent vehicles scattered all over the strip mall. And also a neighborhood. You're actually getting to see just how close this is to where people live. And then this final video, again, of the aftermath, parts of what are presumably, again, the plane, possibly cars, anything it may have hit, scattered along the 6-lane highway of Roosevelt Boulevard. And then the sobering sound of sirens as first responders are now racing to the scene. And the video showing us just how close, again, this is happening to homes, the residential area, the business district. We've been hearing so much from the reporters around scene that this would have been a very busy time on a Friday evening, regardless of the weather, because this intersection, this neighborhood is so populated. People coming out of their homes, which are literally steps from the scene, standing in horror, trying to figure out what has happened. Certainly, this is nowhere close to the magnitude of what unfolded in Washington just a couple of days earlier, but certainly terrifying because this is happening on a busy highway, Roosevelt Boulevard, in a business district, and in a heavily populated neighborhood where, like we've been mentioning all evening, this just doesn't really happen, and now it's happening so close to home. Gray.
Yeah, Christy, seeing the images puts everything into perspective. This is our backyard. This is our home. We know the presser is about to start, so let's listen into officials as they brief us on what happened today.
Start by thanking each of you for being here. I want to go through some basic facts about what we know for certain right now. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cottman Avenue. This occurred shortly after 6 p.m. this evening. As of right now, we have no reports on the number of fatalities. So right now, we're just asking for prayers for any and everyone who may have been affected. We do want to note that several dwellings and vehicles were impacted. So what are we asking you to do for us right now, Philadelphia? We're urging you to please stay away from the scene. If you see debris, call 911. Don't touch anything. This is still an active scene under investigation. I'm proud to note that all of our federal and state partners, they are either en route here or on the ground with us right now. We did see some neighbors who live in the surrounding community. Just stay in your home. Again, it's still an active scene and it's under investigation. This is only the first of many briefings, I'm sure, to come on this evening. And of course, when daylight comes, when we have more facts and information to share with you. But I do want to say a special thank you right now, again, to all of our federal and state partners and our amazing first responders right here in the city of Philadelphia. Our fire, our EMS, our police department, they have been here working vigorously to ensure that we get this perimeter and the surrounding area blocked off to ensure that we make public safety and health our number one priority. So we don't have any further information to share at this time. I've spoken to our Governor, Josh Shapiro. He is en route. I've spoken to our U.S. Senator, John Fetterman, other federal officials, and everyone, all hands on deck. That's where we are right now. Thank you so very much, and we'll have more information to report in the near future. Thank you, ma'am.
That is Mayor Sherelle Parker giving us our first update that we have officially
Nothing from the
received
police?
from city leadership since this Learjet 55 went down just after 6 o'clock tonight. So that's our first update. But what we're hearing is they are really in the process of doing their due diligence of still trying to confirm who has been impacted and where we are in regards to injuries.
Yeah.
Numerous people were set on fire.
fatalities. But so now she's asking for prayers, urging people to stay away from the scene, just reiterating how active this scene is and that public health and the safety of everyone who is near this area and doing their best to work this scene is really the priority right now.
You can hear the emotion in the mayor's voice there as she briefed us on what she is now learning about this breaking situation as that plane went down a little after 6 there in Northeast Philadelphia. She stressing that Officials at this point are not sure about the number of fatalities. Again, they're asking for prayers. They're asking you to stay away from this area. She did confirm several buildings and cars were reportedly on fire. We also know that the FAA, the NTSB investigating this. She alluded to the fact that Governor Josh Shapiro on his way to the scene there. Federal and state partners are either there on the scene or they are en route. We can see looks like a worker with the FAA. I think that's a shot there of Northeast Philadelphia Airport where there has been a ground stop because of that plane that went down in Northeast Philadelphia. And as Christy Aletto was showing us the video of the aftermath of what looked like a bomb went off in Northeast Philadelphia. And there you see the fireball as that plane went down. And now begins the questioning, Shari, of what exactly happened. What caused this plane to go down? As we learned, it was on a medical mission going to Missouri. And now becomes what happened? Why did this happen?
And we see the different departments getting in position to begin to answer those questions. As the official with the FAA is now on the scene at the Northeast Philadelphia Airport, we know the NTSB ultimately will take over the investigation and lead it. But this is really a phased situation. And I just got off the phone with one of the fire commanders, and what has to happen is it's the fire department who must first clear and calm this scene. That is mission number one, get the fires under control. The commander sharing with me that most of the fires are now extinguished. They do have some hot spots, but they feel good about the majority of what was burning is now under control. That this went up just to about a 3-alarm fire, some 130 to 150 firefighters coming out to get the fires under control of the homes, the cars, and of course, the scene of the actual crash involving the plane. So that is positive news that that first line of getting the scene under some relative control of what was burning now has been mostly now extinguished for those fires, because the next step will then be for the police to be able to go in, the NTSB to be able to go in, and the FAA to go in closer. But first, they have to secure that scene.
And we continue to watch these images coming in of this horrific and nightmarish situation there in Northeast Philadelphia. We have heard from witnesses throughout the night. We want to get you back now to Action News reporter Jessica Cartalia, who is on the ground there talking to witnesses. Jessica, what are you hearing? What are you seeing? Set the mood there for us there in Northeast Philadelphia.
Greg, it's really incredible. There's such an active scene here behind me, and people have so many questions. And what's interesting in covering a story in this time is people are sharing video nonstop. So some people were here at the scene, some people were working out nearby, a very busy evening here in this area, people running out to pick up dinner, and so many people saw this. Joining me now, David, you're from Ronhurst. You were at home and you felt this.
Yes, I felt the shockwave of the explosion all the way from my house, and I live like 5 minutes from Cotman, and it was just insane because after that I had a bunch of people call me, like my friends, tell me what was going on. So many videos were being sent, and just all over Instagram and TikTok, just videos of the plane crashing, graphic footage of, I've seen body parts scattered all over the explosion, and it was just very graphic.
That's a big challenge for us as well, because we're seeing this video as well, but it's very difficult to see at home. As soon as you arrived here on the scene, what did you see as far as the officers arriving and emergency personnel?
What I've seen is mostly when I was arriving here is smoke, just smoke everywhere. People all around here. This is honestly the most busiest I've seen Cotman, like with cops and just people in general.
Okay. You said your sister lives nearby, or one of your friends had witnessed it, and what did they tell you?
They just told me that he was on his way to the gym and he just witnessed the explosion, and he was like very shocked and surprised.
Yeah. You have seen this video circulating. What have you found to be most concerning? You know, we've been talking and covering extensively this crash in Washington, D.C. Any fear go through your head when you first saw these videos?
When I first saw these videos, I was mostly shocked and like fear. I'm not really scared of this, but it will go through people's heads to be more cautious. and to be careful out here.
Okay, absolutely. And what are you doing now? You're just here for the scene?
Yes, I'm just here looking at this, and it's honestly one of the most probably traumatic experiences of Philly.
Yeah, I think people are just really drawn to this because they've never seen something of this magnitude in this area.
Nothing is. I've lived here for almost like all my life, and nothing like this has ever happened before.
Yeah, yeah. David, thank you so much for talking with us. I really appreciate it. And thank you for sharing the video with us as well. And again, Shari and Gray, there's quite a bit of video to comb through. And unfortunately, some of it is extremely graphic and very difficult to watch. So we'll get that video to you as soon as possible, but we'll stay on the scene. We've talked to so many people who were in this area. They said they come here. It's a typical Friday night. They're picking up dinner. Some are at the LA Fitness, which is right across the street. There's also a nail salon here behind me. Hundreds of police troops, of units here at the scene as well. And you can still hear the fire trucks and ambulances behind me. Shari, you had mentioned that the fires appear to be out. It's now dark, so it's really difficult to see any of that smoke. But as we were pulling in, you saw some of that smoke billowing. And the video from the aftermath as soon as that plane crashed is really phenomenal. There's no other word to describe it. It's just really, really difficult to look at. So we'll continue to gather the news out here and send it back your way.
Yeah, you're so right about the images that we're not showing and that you can find on social media, and just really showing just how intense this situation is and the number of people impacted. Jessica, thanks for your reporting from there and the interview of what the witness shared as well.
And as we continue to report on this breaking news, we want to kind of put this in perspective in terms of the distance from the Northeast Philadelphia airport to where this plane went down. It is less than 4 miles. So that tells you this plane was not in the air very long. Now begins the work of investigators, as Shari mentioned, put out the fires first. The NTSB, FAA will come to the scene and they will collect those black boxes, which will hopefully give them some insight about what exactly transpired here. We know tonight that the aircraft that went down is a Learjet 55 that's going down just after 6 p.m. right there in Northeast Philadelphia along Cottman Avenue. You heard the mayor talking not too long ago saying at this point, we do not know the number of fatalities, but we do know people have lost their lives tonight. This is happening in our community. Mothers, fathers, sons, daughters impacted by it.
Let's go now to Action News reporter Annie McCormick, who is at the Northeast Philadelphia airport. These are the images coming from there as more federal officials are arriving who will be part of getting to the bottom of what happened and what went wrong. Annie, can you hear us?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm standing right next to the camera. We want to focus on the video scene right there. You see a gentleman with an FAA windbreaker. I've seen a number of these people within the past half hour, 40 minutes, beginning to arrive with definitely a sense of urgency. So you have members of the FAA that are meeting here. Of course, the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, that is an independent federal agency that is tasked with, among other transportation investigations. They also investigate anything with civil aviation as well. And so they will be tasked with this. So at this point, right now, they're finding out the basics, the nuts and bolts. They're talking to the tower. They're checking the last transmissions, the last communication that the tower had with the pilot prior to this. They're looking at everything. So you can see it looks like there may have just been a meeting inside Atlantic Aviation within the past 40 minutes. I have learned a little bit more information. I don't have it confirmed that they took off from Atlantic Aviation. I have learned that the plane did take off from runway 24 here at Northeast Airport. It was a little bit after 6 when it took off. 6:30 is when the plane crashed. And Gray, I just heard you talking about, just the distance, just about 4 miles. And, in the air, that's a much shorter distance as well. So when I see the investigators responding here, we saw them loading up that truck right there. It looked like with, just the materials that they need in regards to their investigation. Not clear if they are going to the crash site now or if they already have other investigators there. And these investigators are tasked with finding out the information that they need from Northeast Airport. We do know now the Secretary of Transportation, new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, saying that there were believed to be 6 people on board. Like we said earlier, we do know that this private jet was on a medical mission, if you will. It is a game changer knowing that there are more people on that plane than initially what the FAA said, which was just 2. If it was just 2 people on a plane in a medical jet, it was likely that they were either bringing organs for a transplant or something of that nature. However, if they're up to 6 on a jet, that means that they were likely transporting a patient. What we are hearing from sources is that it is believed that there were potentially 2 pilots, a patient, and then also people that were in the healthcare profession, whether they were medics, doctors, or nurses, we do not know at this time. But in those medical flights, when you have a jet, a medical jet that is flying, if you have a patient on board and you're taking them out of their, a hospital setting, or if they are receiving care on some level, and then you're putting them up in a plane, there's a lot of variables there. So you need constant medical attention when you're being transported. We do know that the flight was headed to Springfield, Missouri. So again, we're still trying to learn exactly what the mission was and why they were going there. So again, you can see a number of people now walking out of Atlantic Aviation. Like we said, at this point, we think it's only likely investigators, and police have remained here since we arrived. We've seen police here. And again, earlier, the FAA did initiate a ground stop here, and we were told that that is specifically because of the plane crash. I say that, it seems obvious. However, the weather conditions tonight aren't great. I was telling Shar, you and Gray, I was telling you earlier that Ricky Harris and I, photographer Ricky Harris, we were driving back from Delaware. I'm going to walk in front of the camera now that everybody's inside. We were walking driving rather from Delaware, and it was so foggy, probably because of it's a little bit warmer than it was at least 2 weeks ago. And because of that, it was incredibly foggy, hard to see when you're driving. But I've been told, and I preface this with, I am not an aviation expert. However, in talking to some people in the aviation community within the past hour, it was explained to me that there are specific types of jets that have special instruments that make it so that they're able to fly in conditions like this. And there's a wide spectrum of that. For example, you see, Coast Guard flying overhead in some crazy storm rescuing people. Obviously, they have special instruments. So it was explained to me that there is a wide spectrum. And so this medical jet could fall under that spectrum, but it does have the type of instruments that maybe a commercial flight may not have. So when we were initially questioning the weather conditions and whether or not a flight could go up, of course, that's one of several things that they're going to look at, that they're looking at right now in this investigation. What was the weather like? They're going to check the conditions of the plane. They're going to talk about the last communication that they had. They're going to talk about the fuel. They're going to check to see if this was potentially engine failure. And one person that I was talking to within the aviation community, they said, when you look at the flight tracker apps, and I'm not saying a specific one, like a name brand, I just mean that there's a wide variety of them. And I looked at a few. You can see that when this plane went up and was only up very, very briefly, and how quickly it just came down. It had some people wondering if that was a sign of potential engine failure. Again, something that investigators will look into. In regards to federal investigators, when we've done these stories in the past, sadly, we've covered multiple helicopter crashes or plane crashes or things of that nature. When they come out here, they're going to be looking at pretty much everything. Now, these investigators are stationed in different areas of the country, different regions rather, of the country. I remember in the recent couple of years when there was a crash that we covered, some of them came up from Virginia, and they basically take over and they're going to start looking at everything, and they're going to, when they get the plane, actually get all of it, all the debris and everything, which will take time. They likely then will take every piece of that plane that they can get bring it to a facility, and then they're going to lay it out and essentially reconstruct it and then piece it apart. That's how it's been explained to me in previous crashes that I have covered by federal agents that do investigate things of this nature. But again, it's the NTSB that will be, the independent federal agency that will be tasked with that. FAA also involved here as well. We do know that detectives, Philadelphia police detectives initially were in the tower, likely maybe somebody with the federal government with them as well. We don't know. So again, gathering as much information as we can. I will tell you that at this point, we haven't seen anything of the nature that looked like family members. When I went into Atlantic Aviation, when we initially got here, it looked like there were some people that were waiting for later flights that then were told about the ground stop, and then they left. So at this point, we're not seeing any of that. But like we said, the Secretary of Transportation, who now is dealing with 2 plane crashes on his first week on the job, he's saying that 6 people on board this flight. So we're still learning to find out who exactly they were and what role they were playing in this medical mission that they were on.
Great reporting, Annie McCormick. Thank you for that. We should mention that Governor Josh Shapiro now on his way to this scene here. We were told he should arrive in about 15 minutes or so. Also, about 8:30, we heard from Mayor Sherelle Parker of the city of Philadelphia saying at this point, we don't have an exact number of fatalities. We do know indeed there are fatalities. We've seen videos of people on fire, cars on fire, buildings on fire. The mayor saying at this point, what we need is people to stay away from that scene. And also she's asking for prayers.
As we begin to approach the top of the hour, almost 9 o'clock here in the city of Philadelphia, I'm Shari Williams alongside Gray Hall. You're watching Action News. We're in continuous breaking coverage as we are covering a plane crash that happened just after 6 o'clock in the northeast section of the city. So far, we know that a Learjet 55 crashed just around 6:30, just before that time, after it departed from Atlantic Aviation, which is the airport in northeast Philadelphia there at the airport. We are learning from the Transportation Secretary. Their reporting is 6 people were on board this Learjet 55. Initial reporting said that there were at least 2 people on board. The Transportation Secretary with the update saying that there are reportedly 6 people on board.
So I think that to a degree, that's kind of helping some people stay inside. But in between, when you came to me last, I went back on social media, and people definitely are, shocked, especially hearing that update that there were 6 people on board. And now, there's a question of, what exactly was happening, where we know they were headed to Missouri, what was actually on board. So there's all of those questions. We see officials again. I think these are fire officials. Hello, how are you? Fire officials making their way back to the scene, and that's really the focus here.
All right, let's keep your shot up here. I just Dawn kind of read the statement earlier, but it's from Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. That's who owned the plane and operated the plane, and they said at 6:25 tonight, Jet Rescue Air Ambulance experienced a crash. There were 4 crew members and 2 passengers, including a pediatric patient and an escort. You have to assume a child and a parent.
Right. And they were headed to Springfield Branson National Airport. That is in Missouri.
Yeah.
And Steve Keeley showed us earlier an oxygen tank with the company's name on it that presumably is part of this massive wreckage that has been just strewn across blocks and blocks of this area at Roosevelt Mall. Roosevelt Boulevard is closed. There is a sea of police, ambulance, fire, emergency responders here on the scene. And they've been here for just almost 3 hours now.
Yeah, we understand the governor's on his way. We'll hear from him when he gets there. Our Shawnette Wilson also reporting that people may be displaced, which would not surprise me at all with some of these homes that caught fire. And so, I don't know where they're going to go tonight. I'm sure people will step up and help them. Again.
And the mayor confirming, too, when you talk about people displaced, that homes and vehicles were impacted.
Absolutely.
And we've seen the video, so we know they were on fire. So, and also, Jason, as earlier in the evening, Steve was just talking about like the thick smoke, like billowing into the sky, and people living in, working in those areas, or just driving through, experiencing that. So just an awful, awful situation. Terrible night in every respect, and the weather certainly not helping the situation at all.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, 9 o'clock straight up here, and we're almost to hour 3 of our coverage of this disaster in Northeast Philadelphia. A medical plane carrying 6 people crashed on Cottman Avenue or near it, right in the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. Somewhere in that vicinity is where this plane literally fell from the sky, creating a fireball, shaking the entire neighborhood. We have shown you many, many doorbell cameras, each one more shocking than the next. What are these firefighters carrying here? Not sure, but they are emerging from the scene. You're looking at Cottman. They're walking on Cottman Ave here. I think they have a ladder.
Right. It looks like equipment there that they're carrying. And it's been a long night for these emergency responders, Jason.
Yeah, and it's just
they've been in the thick of this for 3 hours now. We've had people describing the scene as chaotic. It does seem like it's calmed down substantially since we first went on the air with this disaster. But
beyond those firefighters are power, possibly PICO or another utility workers, making sure that the gas lines are off and addressed. That was a big issue earlier. It literally struck so hard it rattled the underground gas lines, and
they
there were
caught fire.
fires everywhere. Yeah,
Right.
little fires everywhere. Some like in a tornado type of a pattern. Some of these fires, but those are all addressed. Again,
and you can see, you can see this, this house here on the corner that Mark had shown us earlier, clearly impacted by this disaster, by fire. We understand that Governor Josh Shapiro is probably about 15 minutes away. And of course, we will be hearing from him. He probably needs to be briefed. We did not get a lot of information from the mayor. She spoke a little while ago, just asking for people's prayers, saying that there was no number on any reported casualties, asking people to stay away from the area. And this is significant. If they see debris, because we've heard all evening that this debris is just strewn everywhere, all across this area. We saw
maybe a half mile.
Right. And if you see it, don't touch it. Just call 911, because the FAA and NTSB investigators need to piece this all together, and all of this will help them as they try to figure out what exactly went wrong tonight.
Mark, can you pan up? And I wonder if those drones are still there. At one point, there were 4 to 5 of them over the scene. There's one blinking. These, I would imagine, are, that looks like it could be a fire or police drone with cameras that really could give first responders a good idea of the crash scene, the perimeter, and any other evidence they might be able to gather. I have to assume that those who need medical attention have been addressed, transported. There's another one over, I believe that might be the mall area there. There's, again, it's a large scene between a residential area, businesses, restaurants, and so on, and still some smoldering homes, row homes in the area. So there may be some displaced people. We have crews headed to the hospital as well to see how that effort is going for anybody on the ground who may have been injured. Again, just so much to still be learned. And we just, all we can do is kind of give you the play-by-play here of what's going on here in hour 3. And it's still a very much an active scene. I have to think this is going to be a shutdown scene for days, if not longer.
And let's head back out to our Cheyenne Corinne, who is at the scene. And have you learned anything new? What's it like there at the moment?
Yeah, we're still working to, figure out more information. But right now, the scene, it honestly has remained the same. As you just said, Jason, I mean, we're now in hour 3. And this scene, it hasn't calmed down, or we haven't seen less of a police and fire presence since we got here on scene. That means that there definitely is still, a lot going on behind me. You can just see based on the amount of flashing lights that are out here. Since I've been out here, I've also been trying to, check social media. As you heard my coworker, Shawnette, she's checking on those who are displaced because obviously, you know, it's so close to homes here in Northeast Philadelphia that there are people displaced. We at least know that that home at the corner, those people, there's no way that they are still inside of their home. And actually, since you came to me, I haven't seen too many people in these homes right here come outside or even poke their heads outside. So we don't know if possibly those officers were telling people to, you know, stay inside or possibly leave. But I do know people personally who live in this area, and just out of caution, which is probably a good idea, they are just evacuating the area. So although we haven't heard any official evacuation orders, a lot of people are just getting out of this area. And that's really what Mayor Shapiro Parker was focused on, was people staying safe. As you said, there's a lot of debris on this wet ground here in Northeast Philadelphia, and officials are telling people to not touch it. If you see something, call it in. Because as you saw, my coworker, Steve Keeley, he saw a really critical, crucial piece of that jet on the ground. So if you see something like that, do not touch it and just call it in. Right now, as you said, this is just going to be, it's going to take some time to really get to the bottom of this. I can't imagine that Northeast Philadelphia is going to be the same anytime soon. I can imagine that this is probably going to be closed off for quite some time. We're going to be out here until it isn't at this point. But there's just a lot of people in the neighborhood that are on edge. We're not expecting something like this to happen. And again, we keep going back to the fact that just 2 days ago, we lost 67 people in the Potomac River due to a plane crash. And then 2 days later, about 2.5 hours away here in Northeast Philadelphia, we now have a plane suddenly come down, crash in the neighborhood, and, you know, it's not looking good. So a lot of people are on edge right now. You know, we're trying to get more answers for people, trying to get, you know, some type of clarity about how this could possibly happen. But people are just really on edge about what exactly happened here, Jason.
Yeah, it's just still so shocking. After even all 3 hours later, we're still trying to sort through it. Steve Keeley is kind of walking around the neighborhood trying to speak with people who may have witnessed things. And when you get a chance, control room, check out his tweet. He was at a diner nearby, and Steve is reporting that debris. I think it's the Country Club Diner, which is up Cotman.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's right up Cotman, and he says, okay, this is his tweet. That's the picture of now a boarded up glass, and a piece of plane flew through that glass into that diner, which has since been evacuated. It's empty now, but a piece of plane flew into that diner. And so that is down the street from where Cheyenne is. And it just, again, a debris field that's stretching city blocks, a quarter of a mile to more. So, and obviously that will be preserved.
Jason,
Yes.
I think that speaks to, you know, the amount of injuries that could possibly be a result of this crash. Because, of course, you know, we have the 6 people who were on the jet, but also, you know, there's a lot more injuries that possibly could have come. We know that there were cars on fire. We know that there were homes on fire. As you just said, debris went into a diner. You know, those are a lot of people that are possibly injured.
Yeah.
So that's why we also have a crew going to the hospital, because we are expecting that there are going to be a lot of people that show up that, you know, also were injured as a result of this crash too. So that's something that we also are trying to pay attention to as well. Anytime that there's flashing lights, and we just want to bring your attention to what's going on over here. It looks like police may just be making sure that this car over here does not cross these barriers, the red and yellow tape here. And then there's also a fire truck that here is leaving the scene.
All right, Cheyenne, thank you very much. Steve, I don't know if you can hear Steve Keeley or on the other side of the street. I just saw we just showed your tweet at that diner.
Jason, that's the story I was telling you in Dawn. I got off the air with you. I went in there. The police let me through the line. The manager let me in, and he showed me on his phone this piece. And as I said in the tweet, that piece didn't just go through the window and land on a table. It went through the diner, passed about 3 booths by the salad bar, and then hit a diner on the far side of the diner, eating restaurant, and it hit him in the head. I said, was he okay? He goes, no, I think he's hurt real bad. And so there was a big, heavy piece of metal that came flying through the diner, and that's the diner is right next to the McDonald's you're looking at. And so that, you were talking about a half a mile, that as Greg pans to the left, right across all 12 lanes of the boulevard, and then smoke. Greg, come back where I am, and you can still see smoke going up over the AutoZone store, which is at the corner of Cotman and the Boulevard. And that smoke is about 3 or 4 blocks deep. And the reason the mayor was staying away from saying numbers is because you saw them. They fluctuated. The officials here on scene, as I reported way back when, were told 6 people on that plane, and then the plane people confirmed that. But the mayor also is knowing the scene there. And she and everybody else out here is fearing that that number and the death toll could grow because of the injuries and maybe fatalities on the ground. And I was showing you and talking about SUVs and trucks that were completely on fire, completely gutted out. And that was almost initially afterward. And I had said, I had come from the 5 o'clock live shot, which maybe was a half a mile from here. I was in that traffic, and it was stop and go traffic. And it's a busy mall. It's a busy time of day, and this is maybe one of the busiest intersections in Philadelphia, the Boulevard and Cotman Avenue. And there's a lot of people eating dinner and so many fast food restaurants you talked about, Jason. And I was in that Cane's Chicken place where I was close to the scene, right by the plaza entrance, where all those flames were burning. So that is the fear that there could be more deaths and fatalities than just on the plane itself because of where it crashed and landed. And that also tells you something. These pilots, even when they know that they are in trouble, they always try to steer it away from any other people, whether they're in the military or whether they're in general aviation. The last thing they want to do is hurt anybody on the ground if their plane is in trouble. That tells you that this plane was in dire trouble when they took off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. So that is an investigation that could take months, but everybody wants to know what happened, because you would think right as a plane is getting ready to take off that it would go through the checkpoints. And it also, when they're going to fly from Philadelphia to Missouri, they're going to load up those wings and those fuel tanks. And that is probably why I was telling you how the heavy smell of jet fuel was thick in the air there around there. And that also helped the flame spread so far through that debris field as that plane crashed right along Cotman Avenue, just past the boulevard. And people are saying it could have been even worse than it already is because of where it could have landed, whether it was in the mall itself with all those stores, or whether it was on the boulevard with all that traffic. So as bad as it is, all you kept hearing from officials on the scene is it's bad, and it could have been even worse. Jason, Dawn?
And we were hearing earlier tonight from an aviation expert talking about exactly what you just mentioned, Steve, that plane was filled with fuel. It was taking off. It was headed to Missouri with a pediatric patient on board. So it had, a significant flight to make to get this patient to Missouri when it just fell from the sky. And I was just curious, when you were inside that diner and you were talking to people, was the diner packed with customers as well when this piece of wreckage just went flying through the window?
Yeah, that diner, it's a busy diner, and it's open 24/7. It's open even on Christmas, but at dinner time, it is crowded. And then it was getting evacuated because people were being told to get out. Plus, everybody in the diner wanted to know what happened. So they were all curious, and they were among the first onlookers who got close and then got told to get away, and then got told to move their cars away because there's debris in the McDonald's parking lot and the diner parking lot. And they didn't need to be told there was debris down there because they saw, if they were in there, a piece of the debris fly through the window and across the diner with such force. And then again, I want to remind everybody, the air tank from the jet, according to Philly police, laying outside the McDonald's here on the corner of the boulevard. Just that alone, a heavy piece of steel could have done damage for somebody waiting for a bus on the boulevard in the 6 o'clock hour as well. So Governor Josh Shapiro should be here momentarily, and I will give you a warning and a heads up, and I'm sure he'll have the latest information. You can bet he's on the phone with both the White House and the new heads of the National Transportation Safety Board, Federal Aviation Administration, and so forth. And what a busy, bad time for those folks this week in January 2025.
Yeah, you got to think a sleepless night for this community. We've heard from the Red Cross now saying, quote, "Our hearts go out to all those affected by the tragic incident in Northeast Philadelphia tonight. A team of trained Red Cross disaster workers is on the scene to help those who've been displaced." And we're still looking into how many people have been displaced, dozens, if not more. Red Cross goes on to say, we're working with our city, state, and federal partners to assess any other needs we can assist with. So they're going to be helping some of those folks who need a place to stay tonight, and not just tonight, but beyond.
Right. And let's get out.
All right, Andrew Kraft here with Live Now. You've been watching Fox 29 Philadelphia there as we continue to cover this devastating plane crash there in the northeast part of the city. We do want to take a quick commercial break. We do have some more updates. It does look like there might be yet another briefing sometime soon there. The microphones, they're still in place. So maybe we'll get that when we come back. I don't want to be premature here and miss anything, but it does not look like anyone coming to the microphones just yet. So let's sneak away for 2 minutes. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right, we're going to switch speeds. Come on in, folks. JLR investigates. Looks like Shapiro and the mayor of Philly, along with the police chief and others, will probably speak shortly. We're going to take you to another scene here. All right. So this is another live scene. Cottman Avenue, Roosevelt Boulevard. Very familiar with that. In Northeast Philadelphia. It looks like a lot of the businesses around there. There's some chicken place right by the Roosevelt Mall. Rupert Street, Calvert Street. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that area. All that road is blocked off. It looks like there's just a massive amount of debris field in the area, like a football field worth of debris. You had all types of parts and everything like that scattering all over the place. Fires, multiple little fires, but it looks like all the fires have been put out. Horrible situation, unclear about the death toll, but what we do know is this plane that took off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport, which is closed, by the way, and there's no air traffic control in that air, or no air traffic in that area, including choppers. There's no choppers in the sky around there, so I think they blocked off all traffic in that area. Little after 6 p.m., took off in its way to Springfield, Missouri. Medical chopper, 6 on board, medical plane, 6 on board. It's safe to assume, based off the footage of how this plane crashed, which literally looked like a missile. I hate to say this, but I doubt there's any survivors on that plane. I don't know if you guys agree with me or disagree. I doubt. My concern is how many fatalities on the ground, as there was been some very graphic photos of people on fire. I mean, you literally didn't even have warning here. Numerous homes caught on fire, row homes and businesses, and debris all over the place. It's safe to assume there's probably some fatalities on the ground too. It's just a matter of how many. But at the very least, I saw reports that of at least 10 people taken to the hospital. I'm sure it's much more, because as we were listening, that's a very busy intersection. It's one of the most busiest intersections in Philadelphia in the Northeast. And look at the time, folks. A little after 6 p.m. on a Friday. Are you kidding me? Probably numerous vehicles there, traffic, pedestrians, bus stations around there. A lot. So I'm very concerned here. Now, they gave that one press conference. They should be giving a subsequent press conference soon, which would most likely be Governor Shapiro. He likes to speak. We've covered him extensively on disasters all around Philadelphia. So I expect him to at least speak. So as soon as they get that up and running, we're going to listen. But this is bad, folks. This is horrible. Just 2 days after a terrible tragedy in Washington, D.C. We're talking, 2 days ago, 8:48 p.m., 2 days ago, Washington, D.C., plane crash there. First aviation, commercial airline crash in a long time. And now you have another one, basically back to back. Now, this wasn't a commercial aircraft, but it still has a lot of it's devastating psychologically. The incoming Trump administration, Sean Duffy, who's taken the head of the transportation secretary. Trump just announced a new FAA. Now you got NTSB.
Another one. Nope.
What's going on there? There are probably people telling people to get out of a parking lot. Man, it's been a crazy year thus far, just on some national tragedies, folks. From the New Orleans terroristic attack to the Palisades wildfires in the Los Angeles area to the Cybertruck explosion. Back-to-back air crashes. I mean, it's been a wild year so far, right? And we're only 1 month into the year. Unbelievable. They are reporting that one of the victims on the plane was a child, or there was a child as a passenger. Donald Trump has given a statement already on True Social. So sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all.
Yeah.
So I'm also monitoring the other networks' news coverage. So as soon as we get that press conference up, they've got the microphones up. It looks like it's cold and rainy there. What is actually the temperature in Philadelphia?
This is Trump's fault.
Somebody just said it's Trump's fault.
He got this like crazy. Trump got.
This is probably the closest that you're able to get. I actually have been trying to, hopefully speak with some people in the area, but understandably so, officials are making sure that people who live in the community are staying away from us. So this is honestly the closest that we are able to get. And it's honestly just us out here right now. I mean, there's a lot of rain coming down, but it is just me and my photographer, Mark, out here. But we've been seeing crews, firefighters, police walk up and down. We've been seeing them continue to focus really at ground zero that you see us shooting right now. And again, the focus has been people keep trying to get closer to see what happens. I'm sure they're seeing all of this video on social media. And of course, you are curious about what is happening. But again, we are waiting for the governor to get here. He actually should be here any moment. And that's where my colleague, Steve Keeley, is, because the last press briefing with Mayor Shapiro Parker, we really didn't get much information, but just with experience, reporting on different disasters such as plane crashes, explosions, usually in the beginning, you just are trying to make sure that people are okay. That's the priority right now. There were 6 people that were on board. So yeah, that's really a priority right now in this case.
All indications are they did not make it. As you see this video that we have shown many times of this couple running in for cover. The president, Donald Trump, releasing a statement saying, "So sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all." Federal help is coming in the form of the NTSB and other FAA and other agencies there. If these first responders. Every firefighter in the Northeast.
Oh, Magnolia.
Yeah, so for people that are joining, I just wanted to clarify there's been conflicting reports. So there were 6 people on board of this plane. The FAA has confirmed it was 6. Initially, they were saying 2, so there were different numbers going around by the media, but the FAA has posted and confirmed 6 people. And what we understand is that there were 2 pilots, 2 doctors, a patient, and a family member. And I put this graphic on the screen earlier. This is the Lear 55. It's a medical plane. It's outfitted like a medical facility. So this is the type of plane that was flying. A lot of people in the chat have pointed out a plane like this would have oxygen tanks, which we saw. There's oxygen tanks that are seen on the ground. So the oxygen tanks and different equipment may have increased the explosion, made it worse at impact. So the plane had just taken off from Northeast Airport in Philadelphia.
Oh man, look, Magnolia. Not to cut you off, but they just literally took a stretcher away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if somebody was on there. Oh, horrible. I don't know what was going on there. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, there's likely going to be some injuries on the ground just because this did happen in a residential area. Here's the mayor again.
After 6 p.m. this evening, as of right now, we have no reports on the number of fatalities.
All you can see is this boom. And that's all she had. And otherwise, stay away. We're doing our jobs, and we'll.
Okay, so that was earlier, right?
Yeah, she came out just a little bit ago, basically to just let everyone know, kind of goes without saying, don't come into this area. It's a massive, massive crime scene, or not crime scene, but emergency scene. So it looks like it's raining really hard there. So that actually may be a benefit in some ways with fires that we saw popping up everywhere. But another thing that they said, and I just want to repeat that I posted in the chat earlier, people are on edge because of the plane crash that just happened in DC. But one of the news stations we played earlier said that this is super uncommon, this never happens, but that's just not true. Statistically, there is approximately 1 small plane crash every single month that leads to fatalities. There were 155 people killed in 2024 from small plane crashes, 171 in 2023. So it's roughly once a month, these small planes. And we've covered many of them on our channel over the past several months. I remember, a few different ones that we have covered.
Yeah, let's listen to what he has to say. Good information, Magnolia.
On board, and it's presumed that there are no survivors. What's your reaction to that?
Yes, they said there's no survivors, and then the bad thing about it is they said it was a little girl that was being rushed on medical alert to another hospital, and this happened.
And how far from the scene do you live?
I don't live far, right off, like about a half a block down. We're down in that area.
Are you able to get to your home? I know that there are some people that are
just blocked off. We can't even get down in the area. They're not allowing no cars to go in the area. They got it blocked off like 10 blocks around the area. No cars can go in the area at all.
So what do you plan to do tonight? Is the rest of your family safe?
Tonight, well, I DJ. I'm DJ Thorpe, so I'm working at a club on the other side, so I gotta go way across and around, so I can't even go to my destination to get records and stuff. to do the work.
And you mentioned the recent DC plane crash. You know, with this
Revolutionary salute to our brother Keith for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
happening so soon after, what are your thoughts?
I'm thinking it's like I'm trying to figure out like it's like very like I don't know if it's like to me I'm thinking this is a terrorist thing going on or something like that, or you know, but unfortunately there's prayers going out to all the families that went down in this collision here, especially the little girl that was going for medical attention. It's terrible.
Absolutely terrible. Thank you so much.
All right.
And this is just one resident who lives in the area, but you know, as I said, this is Northeast Philadelphia. There's a lot of homes, a lot of row homes in the area. As you just heard him say, he doesn't even know how he is going to get to his home, which is on the other side of this scene. And you know, I just want to also say that right now we don't know exactly what caused this crash, but this is a very, as you can see, this is a very chaotic scene. This is just the reality of one live TV and also an active crime scene right here. Thank you so much. But you see the Northeast Philadelphia community, they are very strong, but they definitely are trying to figure out what exactly happened. And it's only normal for people to speculate and be a little weary after what we just saw happen over in Washington, D.C., guys.
Exactly, Cheyenne. And we appreciate you being out in these conditions to bring us the latest information. We want to head over to Drew a little bit and talk about the weather. I mean, it looks like it's raining harder now. You have hundreds of first responders, fire, police, EMS on the scene trying to make sure people are safe, figure out what happened, what went wrong, and the weather is definitely not helping. And we will find out as well later when we learn more information if it played a role in this plane going down.
Yeah, I was doing some research on just that, Dawn. So one of the things that folks look at when a plane comes down was there icing, like icing on the wings, because that essentially changes the structure of an airplane and it can lead to it coming down. There's actually been a lot of crashes because of that. That does not look like the case. I was looking at some weather information. It sounds like the plane only made it a little bit off the ground, about 1,600 feet. So we're talking just over 1,000 feet. Where does the air get really cold? In other words, below freezing. And that was 2 miles up. So the whole time the plane went up, it was in above freezing air. So ice was not a factor for this plane. In terms of the conditions, there were some light rain falling at the time at that airport. Clouds were really low. And I was just looking at the city skyline, and you can tell there's some of the buildings we normally see, we can't see because this cloud deck is so low. And to give you a feel, you know, when it's a blizzard and you have those whiteout conditions you can't see in front of you, that's what the pilots had to deal with when they went up in the sky. Now, this is common when you have overcast and rain falling. You're going to have these whiteout conditions just because of the thick clouds. Those were only a couple hundred feet off the ground at the airport, about 600 feet off the ground at the time. So the plane quickly was in these sort of conditions where we couldn't see. And then, you know, from there, we don't know exactly what happened, but it does not sound or look like icing was a factor for that. So
Revolutionary salute to Big AJ for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you.
Certainly some light rain when the plane took off. As for the conditions right now, we have wind gusts in the 20-mile-per-hour range, so the wind's starting to pick up a little bit. And also, as you mentioned, Dawn, the rain is getting heavy. We went from light rain at the time of when this issue happened at Northeast Philly's airport to the rain picking up a bit more, and it will continue to stay a little bit heavy over the next hour. In fact, as I look at live over the Doppler radar here in the Fox 29 Weather Authority Weather Center, I can see there's a pocket of heavy rain that is actually sitting right over where we've been talking about, Cottman Avenue, the Roosevelt Boulevard, where the airplane took off and what happened to it. So that is something that the first responders are dealing with right now.
Thank you very much, Drew, for trying to bring us some of that, you know, the weather impact of this, because we're all looking at what may have caused this plane to fall about 30 seconds after taking off from Northeast Airport en route to Missouri, as we now know, with 6 people on board, a Lear 55 headed to Missouri with a pediatric patient, a parent, and 2 pilots, as well as, of course, more crew members. So 6 total people.
I'm back.
Cheyenne's back. And again, ever since then, you see the result of this. Houses that are some destroyed, cars that are charred, a whole neighborhood just rocked by this, and still trying to piece together what in the world happened. And so we're still looking into that. 30 seconds after takeoff, not much. There's have been some. There you see on the left of your screen another video of the fireball. But there has been some maps of this plane's route from the airport straight to this area of Cotman.
Yeah, the plane just takes a nosedive before the sky just turns into a fireball. Look at this is a close up of what happened, and you can only imagine people living in that area. Or look, you see people driving by wondering what in the world is happening. And Jason, even earlier in the evening, we now know that it was a Lear Jet 55. We know it was medical transport, but because of the angle of that plane and the fact that it just took a nosedive, some people initially thought it was a missile. Nobody was even sure it was a plane until we got confirmation from the FAA and the NTSB and then the company operating that medical transport plane, that it was in fact a plane headed to Springfield, Missouri with a pediatric patient on it. So just really a devastating night for Philadelphia, and the weather has just gotten worse and worse as the night went on. It was lightly raining earlier, now it's raining heavily, and we have all these emergency personnel on the scene trying to assist people. We know the governor, he should be, you can see it's just pouring there. He should be arriving shortly, and hopefully we can get some more information. I think a lot of people, ourselves included, are wondering about the damage on the ground. Are there any casualties here? Were any innocent people hurt?
And I would have to think 3 hours later, it's still a search and rescue effort, still door to door, and just trying to find anybody in the community who may have been impacted. There was debris flying everywhere, and who knows what can happen in that situation, fireball like that, and cars charred out. So I'm sure that firefighters are still making sure that everyone's accounted for on the ground and knocking on doors and making sure that the folks in harm's way are okay. You got something?
Well, Steve Keeley just saying that the fire department says they had fires in 6 homes. That
I believe it.
Calvert Street home off of Cotman Avenue, which he says is in the 7200 block. So we heard from the mayor earlier saying homes and vehicles were impacted. And he's telling us that a source of his in the Philadelphia Fire Department said that they had fires as a result of his plane just plummeting into this neighborhood. Different homes. We saw at least one of those homes on fire earlier in the evening.
And still some smoldering. Our camera crews are in place. They really can't move from this location. The whole area has been cordoned off, and media cannot cross certain lines here in this situation as the rain is pouring now for these first responders on the scene. This is Cotman Avenue that you're seeing there in the Northeast. This is Cheyenne Corinne's location with photographer Mark Lavala. Cheyenne, have you spoken with anybody else?
Okay, well, obviously, Cheyenne is not able to hear us at this moment, but
can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hey, Cheyenne. I know it's live news, right?
It's very fluid.
Exactly.
Yes, it is. Yes, so, it's very fluid, and the bad weather doesn't help at all either.
Exactly. So, have you talked to anybody else in the neighborhood? Are you hearing anything from people who may have witnessed this? Anything from crews on the scene?
Well, we just heard from our sources that apparently at one time there were 6 homes that were on fire that firefighters had to work on. That means that at least 6 people, but more realistically, if you're thinking about a household, that could be up to 15 people, a dozen people who were impacted and had their home on fire. Again, 6 homes that firefighters tell us at one time were on fire. We are also seeing straight ahead, if you can point to the back of that police truck, it looks like that police may be putting up some type of barriers, because as you can imagine, this area is going to have to be secure for quite some time. It looks like that's what those orange and white things are right there, barriers, making sure that people stay out of the area. Because we did just speak to someone who lives in the area, but I'm not quite sure how he was able to make it over here, because this is not an area that they are recommending people come to. But of course, you know, people are very curious. So I can imagine that another focus for officials are trying to put up maybe some more secure barriers to keep people out of the area, just so they can really focus on what they are trying to do right now, which is to make sure that people are safe, and also to, you know, continue to work the scene here at Ground Zero, guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Cheyenne. Let's go back to the statement where the president has just released a statement about this particular crash, saying, "So sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all."
And then the American Red Cross of Southeastern Pennsylvania on the scene, as we know, in Northeast Philadelphia. Its communications director also releasing the following message, telling us, quote, "A team of trained Red Cross disaster workers are on the scene to help those who've been displaced. We are working with our city, state, and federal partners to assess any other needs that we can assist with." And we know from talking with Cheyenne Corinne that she also spoke to the Red Cross on the scene. They're trying to reach out to families in that neighborhood who need to leave, who need some place to go. And she knew of at least one family who was actually displaced and looking to go to a safer location for the evening, because you can only imagine, as we're hearing now, that 6 homes, and it could be more, did catch fire, were impacted by the debris from this plane crash, as well as burned out cars. And you can only imagine the fear that must be so rampant.
I can't even imagine how it must have been to be there, to see it,
and
to
not
experience
know
it,
and not know
what
what
it is.
happened. And what if you were inside? We've seen the ring camera video. We've seen people who witnessed it. But if you were in your home and had no idea,
Or like these people, right at their doorstep,
Right.
running in for cover.
right, and all of a sudden this. But what if you were inside and you didn't know, and all of
Yeah.
a sudden your house catches on fire, and you're like,
What in the world was that?
Right.
The diner that's nearby, the Four Seasons Diner, had some debris. Steve Keeley has been all over, has been running around this whole neighborhood trying to get some just some reporting for us to tell us what's going on. There's a McDonald's there that had some debris, an oxygen tank from the plane, we believe, which had the same markings and same branding as the plane that crashed. That's at a McDonald's. There was an AutoZone in this area that had some smoldering plane parts near it. A Dunkin' Donuts here across the street, a Raising Cane's, all these businesses that may have some serious damage. Here's an earlier look on the left of the fire that was taking place right after this video Steve Keeley took at about 6:45, showing the aftermath, and really the whole intersection, the whole street was on fire, with some homes as well as gas lines. It was just a chaotic and dire situation at the time, and now a bit of a lull. As it does appear that a lot of the rescuing and that needed to take place has happened. The fires have been put out, and now we wait for federal agencies to come in, and they might establish a new perimeter as they see fit, based on the amount of aircraft that may have been strewn across this area. It could be days before Cottman is opened again, maybe a week.
Yeah, we have no idea. Our Shawnette Wilson is actually live for us on the phone. She's been out trying to talk to people. And what have you been able to learn, Shawnette?
Well, Don, we've been driving around. People are eager to help and get information out, as you all know, from just the videos and things that we've been getting into the newsroom. And so we, received some information that we went to check out that didn't.
All right, so Andrew Kraft back here. You've been watching Fox 29 Philadelphia here on Live Now from Fox. We do have a press conference getting ready. We do know what time it's going to start here. I want to take this shot. So you see the reporters they're getting ready. They're getting their microphones ready to put on the microphone stand. They moved inside because the weather is so bad. The rain is really, really coming down. So we don't know yet the timing of this press conference to discuss the events of this rainy, cold Friday night there in Northeast Philly, where this Learjet crashed there in a neighborhood. And we were told that some of these row houses were on fire, upwards of 6 to 7 of them. This was a flight operated by Jet Rescue Air Ambulance, and there were 6 people on board here. So we're also told that the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, the Democrat, will presumably be at this next press conference, but still no sense of timing of when that's going to start, which is why we do want to take a quick commercial break. We'll see everyone in 2 minutes.
All right, we're going to switch feeds here.
Adam Teal, the managing director. I see Deputy Commissioner John Stanford, and there's the governor in the hat and glasses, Governor Josh Shapiro, and also members from Mayor Sherelle Parker's office, Deputy Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel,
Mayor Sherelle Parker,
and also Mayor Sherelle Parker. We, of course, have been getting updates. We've had one from city officials so far, and it looks as if they're ready now to speak once again, and the governor is joining.
Want to thank you all again for joining us. I want to give a quick recap of the information we shared earlier, and then we will give you some additional facts. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cottman Avenue, and it did occur shortly after 6 p.m. Again, we have no reports on the number of fatalities, so we are asking everyone for their thoughts and prayers for all who may have been impacted and affected by this tragedy. Several dwellings and vehicles were also impacted, and so we are urging people, particularly those families who live in the surrounding area, to please stay home if possible. If you see any debris, and those who are conducting the investigations have repeated consistently, please do not touch anything because it is still an active investigation. Just call 911, please, if you see anything. Investigators and all of our federal, state, and local partners are working as expeditiously as possible during this very difficult time. New information that we want to share with you, that shelter is now available at the Samuel Fells High School located at 5500 Langdon Street. Samuel Fells High School, 5500 Langdon Street. If anyone has been impacted and you need shelter and support, it is readily available for you. In terms of our federal and state partners, I want to say a special thank you to the NTSB. They are here on site now. The FAA, the Pennsylvania State Police, Pennsylvania DEP, of course, our police and fire departments, and OEM. I am here with Governor Shapiro. We've been in constant contact since it started. You'll be hearing from him shortly. But I also want to say a special thank you to our additional partners who we have spoken with, our federal leaders, U.S. Senators Fetterman and McCormick. Thank you so very much. All hands on deck. They wanted to make sure any and everything that we needed from the federal government, those supports and services are available. Congressman Evans, Boyle, and Scanlon, our congressional delegation, a special thank you to each of you for your support. I also need to affirm that locally here, Senator Joe Picozzi, Rep. Solomon, Reps. Nielsen, Doherty, who represents this area, and Bellman, Commissioner Dealey, and Council Member Driscoll was present. If there was ever a time when we needed to affirm what the One Philly philosophy means, the time is now, and I'm very proud about how our federal, state, and all of our local partners are working hard to deal with this tragedy. I now want to turn it over to our governor and to say thank you, Governor, for your support and being here with us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. The mayor preaches about One Philly. She talks about a unified approach to governing every day. What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another. I want to reaffirm the comments the mayor said about all of the different agencies working together. And I want to especially thank and salute Philly Fire and Philly Police, who did an extraordinary job this evening. We know that there will be loss in this region, and we want to offer our thoughts and our serious prayers for those who are grieving at this moment. The mayor knows, and I want you all to know, that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania stands firmly with our partners in the city. We have, at the request of Commissioner Bethel, 45 state troopers who are on the ground right here in Northeast Philly. We have 25 members of our PennDOT team who are here right now. We have members of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority who are here, including our director, Randy Padfield, who joins me behind here. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazardous materials are addressed. And as you heard the mayor reference, we're joined by several state representatives and senators. I want to thank them. They will make sure that whatever is needed for this community gets to this community. I also spoke earlier this evening with the United States Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Duffy, who offered his full support to Northeast Philly. And as the mayor alluded to, he has dispatched 4 members of the FAA to Philly, and there are 4 members of NTSB on their way as well. We have all the resources that we need. And again, as the mayor always says, One Philly, we are unified in our approach to deal with this emergency. And again, I'll just end by sharing my prayers, the prayers of my wife, Lori, our First Lady, and on behalf of 13 million Pennsylvanians, we are all here for Northeast Philly tonight in this very, very difficult moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all. When we have additional information to report, we will come back and give another briefing. But now we want to let our federal, state, and local partners do their jobs and go to work. We'll report back to you when we have more information. Thank you all so very much for your patience and understanding.
Mayor Sherrill Parker, joined by Governor Josh Shapiro and other city and state officials there at the podium microphone, a makeshift microphone area that they put together so that they can keep the public informed. That just at a gas station right near there in Northeast Philadelphia, where officials are gathering on this rainy, cold night because of this incident.
And we know this is a mass joint effort. The mayor alluding to the different agencies that are there, the National Transportation Safety Board, the FAA, State Police, Philadelphia PD, and of course, Fire Department. And you heard the governor saying that this is a unified response to an awful aviation situation. He's saying we are seeing a Philly response, neighbors helping neighbors, and people coming together in this time of tragedy and need. And the mayor alluding again tonight that at this point, we do not know the number of fatalities, but we do know the 6 individuals on that aircraft that went down did not make it. We're learning tonight that those on board were 4 crew members, a pediatric patient, and 1 other person believed to be a family member of that patient. This happening a little after 6 when that aircraft, that Learjet 55, goes down there in Northeast Philadelphia, erupting in that massive fireball there. Witnesses describing what they saw, what they heard, saying that the night sky lit up as a result of that explosion. We know buildings were on fire, cars were on fire. Sadly, we saw people walking in that area in flames.
The Learjet 55, it crashed just after 6 o'clock, and we know that it departed from the airport in Northeast Philadelphia there. The hope was for this Learjet, which was on a medical assignment, to make its way to an airport in Missouri. What we know is that did not happen. The plane was only in the air for a short amount of time before it crashed. And so we've been getting the images from our viewers all night since this happened. And the images, of course, have been devastating, showing all of the fire and the plane crash, of course, right after it happened. You're watching Action News at 10 on PHL 17. We're also simulcasting on 6 ABC. I'm Shari Williams alongside Gray Hall. This is our continuing coverage here on Action News in regards to the breaking news. This Learjet 55 that crashed just after 6 o'clock in Northeast Philadelphia. We've now been on the air continuously just over 3 hours covering this breaking news.
And as you know, this is a mass effort and response effort by first responders across this state. The mayor and the governor on scene there wrapping up a presser not that long ago. This, of course, discussing this awful tragedy that unfolded right there in Northeast Philadelphia. That Learjet 55 crashing tonight a little after 6. You can hear in the background as we watch this piece of video a woman saying, "Oh my God, oh no, oh no." We know tonight 6 people were on this aircraft, 4 crew members, a pediatric patient, and another person believed to be the family member of that patient. We do not know how many lives were lost tonight, but we know lives were lost. This happening just miles away from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. That plane set to be in the air for roughly some 30 seconds before it went down in Northeast Philadelphia, erupting in that fireball.
The actual crash site tonight, we know, is pretty large. Philadelphia police are doing their best now to hold the scene and create a perimeter. It did take about some 130 to 150 firefighters from the Philadelphia Fire Department to respond to this and to get the fires under control. There were numerous hot spots. Debris was flying and also fire was flying as a result of this crash, followed by an explosion that followed from the crash itself. The fire department did its job to get this perimeter calm and under control. We now know that the NTSB is on the ground. The governor, Josh Shapiro, has traveled to be here in Philadelphia tonight to be with our city officials because this is a gripping event. As he called it, an awful aviation disaster. But we are seeing the best of Philly and Pennsylvanians are looking out for one another.
We switch now to Action News reporter Annie McCormick, who is at the Northeast Philadelphia Airport, where that ground stop, I imagine, Annie, is still in place.
It is still in place, and that ground stop is specifically because of the plane crash. It seems obvious, however, I'm saying that because of the inclement weather. It was incredibly foggy. There was all
councilman who just arrived on scene here literally just about 5 minutes ago, guys.
All right, Aaron, thank you for getting that for us. As we heard from Mayor Sherrell Parker, there are many people who are going to need shelter as a result of this plane crash. There on your screen, you can see what that location is. It's Samuel Fells High School, 5500 Langdon Street. We don't know the number of people impacted, the number of people who will require this shelter, but we're thinking it might be many when we see the video of those flames and the eruption of that fireball.
Absolutely, and we've seen accounts from our early reporting on the ground that PGW, PICO, and the water department were on the scene, and we heard Aaron Baskerville report that he had seen at least a block where they had their electricity cut off. So we know that folks are unable to be in their home tonight. We know early also in our reporting that one of the biggest messages that the city and investigators wanted us to take to the public was that they needed to close their windows and close their doors to get out of that smoke because of the fire and the crash in the area. And we know that that plane before takeoff had been fully fueled for a flight that was going to Missouri. We know that there were 6 people on board, according to the FAA. And you're seeing new images now of this plane. And this is exactly what the mayor was talking about, wanting people to not touch anything, police trying to evacuate everyone because that whole area is part of the debris field of the investigation that is underway right now. So this has been the effect. People have been evacuated, and we have that shelter now, the city announcing that is available to people who need a place to stay.
To see something like this right in your backyard, not just the flames and the thick smoke, but that, which you never see. Part of a plane, and exactly what we're seeing in this video, people getting much too close to it, trying to take videos of it and pictures of it. We saw Shapiro had what was a piece of the plane right there on the ground in a strip mall parking lot. And the mayor urging people not to touch it, not to get close to it. If you see anything, to call 911. They don't want this because of the danger associated with it. And it's an investigative scene.
It is an investigative scene, and they will carry all the clues that they get from all of these debris pieces that we're seeing people near. This is why they've been pushing people back. It seemed they were pushing people back farther and farther at the very beginning of the response. Let's go now to NBC 10 First Alert meteorologist Brittany Shipp, who's been tracking the forecast for us this evening.
Yeah, we've been looking at what the observations were at the time that this plane took off. And we also want to paint the picture and kind of give you the logistics here. The plane did take off from the Northeast Philadelphia Airport, which is 3.5 miles roughly from the crash site here. So you can see it's 3.5 to 4 miles, which means we already know that the plane was in the air less than 1 minute before it came crashing down here. So we also like to look at what were the observations at the time. Of course, we know that it was raining most of the day. It was cloudy. We like to look at some of the visibility reported to the airport. This was the latest observation taken before the crash, which was about 10 minutes before. And the observation was visibility was down to 6 miles. And typically when we see dangerous levels of low visibility, you have those levels closer to 1/4 of a mile. So again, this was not incredibly dangerous, but yes, the visibility was decreased. Our wind speeds, we did not have a wind advisory. We did not have wind gusts upwards of 40, 50 miles per hour. Today, our wind speeds were sustained out of the southwest at 10 miles per hour. The strongest wind gusts we saw today was around 20 to 25 miles per hour here. We still have rain coming down actively at this time. We are just about to see the clearing edge of some of this moisture. It will continue to track off the coast. We have probably another hour or two left of these light rain showers coming down here. We have been watching the low clouds throughout most of the day, which does make it a bit more difficult to see, to take off, to land planes, especially small aircraft. You can see widespread cloud coverage is what we've been dealing with most of the day. These are actually our cameras that normally overlook the city. You can barely make out the Jefferson building here. I just show you this to illustrate that, yes, we have been dealing with cloudy conditions throughout most of today, low-hanging clouds. You can see slightly decreased visibility at Philadelphia International Airport. But overall, when we're talking about Northeast Philly, our visibility was at 6 miles. Right now, it's down to 5 miles.
One is sharing their thoughts and prayers. Also, I think an important note, we don't know how many people have been impacted, right? But Mayor Shapiro Parker did say that anyone affected, there is a shelter at Samuel Fells High School, and that's important for people to know. So if for some reason people are watching this right now, or they're talking to friends that they've been affected, that they need help, they need resources, that's where they should go, Samuel Fells High School. Guys, so it's, and again, Mayor Parker said that they would provide more updates when they have information to share. We will obviously be working with our sources to figure out when there will be information to share, and we'll obviously bring that to you. And right now you can see some of these engines coming through. This is all hands are on deck right now. And this not only impacts obviously the people that live here, it impacts these first responders. I just see some of the looks in their faces and their eyes right now as they're taking everything in of what has happened
all
here.
over the country.
Everyone is at a place right now where they're just, they're processing what's going on. But to go back to what our governor said, and I think this is the silver lining in all of this right now, neighbors helping neighbors. We have to show up. We have to show out. We have to be with with each other right now and provide that support. And again, I just want to echo this before I throw it back to you guys. What Mayor Parker said, if you don't need to be here, if you don't live here, if you have been affected here, you don't need to be here. You need to let first responders, officials do what they have to do right now as they investigate and determine, what happened and how they can help people here. Guys.
Josh, I'm sure many of those first responders, male and female, are probably from that area. Right. And when I was growing up, that area, and it's called the Great Northeast. They will rise. They will rise.
All right, and now our Carrie Corrado standing by at another location near the crash site. Carrie, you were saying earlier that some of the emergency personnel has started to disperse from that area. What are you seeing right now?
That's right. And the rain has also let up, which is helping the investigation. But we've also been speaking with a lot of witnesses because keep in mind, a lot of people were here when this happened because they live, work, or were shopping around here. Joining me now is Norman. Norman, thank you so much for being with us.
It's nice to see you.
You saw the plane in the sky. You saw it coming down. Tell me what you saw.
The first thing you see, like out of nowhere, it's not even like in sight at first. And then out of nowhere, like it's on an angle. You just... And then it just like dropped, like it didn't even drop normally, like it was abnormal. Like you would think for a plane falling, like no, it just straight down. And then like I don't even know how to explain it in words. Like it was just so bad.
So describe to me, did you see like a fireball? A lot of people tell me they saw an explosion.
Like you know how like say like if the U.S. were to drop a nuke on a smaller scale, like that same mushroom cloud, yes, that same big fireball just. And then like everything around it just started catching. Like after a little bit, everybody was nervous running through the streets. I didn't know how to feel. I was just calling people frantically. I shaking. I don't even it was a lot to handle. I'm just glad everybody that made it out. I'm so sorry. Like I pay respects to the people that died. Rest in peace to those souls. I heard it was 6 people that were on that plane.
That'd be really hard for you to see. I know you're going through a lot right now. Can you describe to me too, where people were running towards it to try to help? It was like neighbors looking out for neighbors. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, so it was a couple neighbors that I seen like trying to help other neighbors see what was going on in the area because there's people that really care about each other over here, especially here. Like I know all of Philly, like people get the wrong picture and stuff. People paint Philly, to be this terrible place. No, like people really do come together over here. This is really a place of brotherly love. I will say that because in a crisis, everybody knows how to get together. Everybody, even through panic, all of that, everybody can get together and everybody can help one another, and that's what's a blessing.
Thank you so much for joining us
of
and
course.
sharing that. So as you heard, neighbors were looking out for neighbors. Everyone was running there to try to help each other out.
That's what it's all about. That young man said it all. Said it all. Carrie, thank you. We're getting our first look at the debris up close. This plane part landed in the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. And you can see the medical symbol that marked the side of the plane just ripped to shreds. Powerful, powerful images. 6 people on that plane, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a child patient, and a family member. Just over 4 hours ago, going down after leaving the Northeast Philadelphia airport. That picture tells it all.
Yeah, that plane was heading for Missouri. The child, we understand, was being treated here in the Philadelphia area and was eventually going to be making their way back home to Mexico. And so the fact that this happened, it just breaks your heart. And seeing that shred of the airplane there just speaks to the impact when that plane went down. And as that witness Carrie was speaking to, as he described, you see that mushroom ball of fire in the sky just explode after the plane went down there. That piece of the plane, as you just said, in the parking lot of the Roosevelt Mall.
And as the mayor said, if you see anything like this, if you're living in that area right now and watching us, if you see anything like this, please just call authorities. They will take care of it. The investigation is well underway. These are all vital pieces of trying to put this tragic story, this tragic puzzle back together of why this happened just over 4 hours ago now. It's now 10:13. The plane, according to a ring camera video, went down just less than 5 miles from the Northeast Airport after taking off at about 6:07 tonight. And here's the video of what happened from one angle, the plane going down on about a 45-degree angle. And as one witness told us earlier, as you can see right here, the explosion, the mushroom cloud turned night into day.
That's right. And the mayor saying several homes in this densely populated neighborhood of Northeast Philadelphia were impacted, several cars as well. And to your point, Yuki, there are plane parts there. This is a pretty wide debris field, we understand from our reporters on the scene. And the governor is saying that there may also be hazardous materials. So the Office of Emergency Management, they have personnel as well to make sure that people are not getting close to those things. And it's a dangerous situation at this point. So do not touch any of the plane parts or anything that you see debris-wise as related to this crash, as investigators are working to very much in the early stages try to piece this all together.
We were talking about the people on board, and we just learned that the child patient was a little girl, a little girl on the plane.
It's really heartbreaking to hear. It's heartbreaking to hear. She was on board with a family member, 2 doctors, and 2 pilots making their way after she was being treated here in Philadelphia for medical issues, making their way to Missouri before she was eventually going to return home to Mexico.
I think you can see, if you look very closely at the top of the screen there on this ring camera, that is the exact time that looks like 6:07. Yeah, it is 6:07 when that plane went down. This afternoon, the calls went out at 6:12. Officials were on the scene. We went on the air at 6:25. We've been on the air ever since. And it's going to be a while before we get answers. As Chris Van Cleve from CBS News told us, it's going to take time, a long time, maybe even from 30 days to a year to figure out exactly what happened. Because this was, as he said, an older Lear jet that may or may not have had a flight data recorder on it. Now the task is underway to try to find that data recorder. But first and foremost, take care of anyone who was injured
and to
after tonight's crash, and to
recover anybody who may have lost their lives. As the mayor said, they do not have a number as to how many fatalities there may have been.
Couple clips. This is from the sky, and so you can see how massive this accident site is.
I mean, it looks like literally like a bomb went off. Like some of the witnesses were describing.
It looks like numerous bombs went off.
Well, I think it literally probably broke apart upon impact, because it probably hit the concrete or whatever, and it just expanded out. It shot all over the place. Like they said, there was pieces that went into a diner and through the window.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just debris scattering all over the place. Now.
So that was, this is the clip here.
I mean, that doesn't look like a plane, Magnolia. Looks like a missile. Looks like a missile.
So I don't know. I'm sure people have seen this, but I'll try to pause it. So this is the plane here, far left. It's a little white. Looks like a comet, actually.
That angle is like literally almost, that's crazy. Horrifying. Ain't nobody surviving that.
Yeah, so the plane had just taken off from the airport. It was taking off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. And, was pretty much like still on its ascent, I believe. And something clearly went wrong, and it crashed just moments after takeoff.
You know, I'm going to, I know the big elephant in the room is whether this was an accident or an act of, whether this was accident or criminal. I know everyone has opinions here, and, you know, it's too early to tell. ATF and FBI are there, but I'm thinking normally they would do, but we'll see. We'll see the interesting how it was with Washington, D.C. as the FBI taking a more supportive role. We'll see what happens here, like what just happened in Washington, D.C., where FBI took a supportive role and NTSB is the lead investigator. We'll see if the same applies here, if there's anything a little bit different.
Well, no, I mean, ultimately with any plane crash, it's the NTSB that does that investigation long term into the flight recorder and things like that. So they'll definitely be looking into this. Another, I just want to say again, people, I understand people are on edge, obviously, from the plane crash that just happened. But, you know, I take issue with one of the local media reporters claiming that this is uncommon because it's simply not true. Small planes unfortunately crash all the time, approximately once a month in this country. And so, we'll have to see what comes out of the investigation. But as of now, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions or anything like that. I mean, common sense tells me the plane was full of oxygen tanks, probably other chemicals. It's essentially a flying hospital room, a flying ICU, if you will. So you can just imagine, I mean, you can't really have people are told, if there's oxygen around, you can't do anything. People who have oxygen tanks in their home have to be very careful with that. So now, of course, these medical flights happen, and I'm sure this isn't the only medical flight in operation. There's probably more of them. But for me, it's just too soon to say that there's anything criminal or anything like that until we learn more.
And that will probably be tomorrow. I doubt that we'll get that information tonight again. This is going to be a crime scene for a while. Well, I say crime scene, but a scene where the police have it secured. Yeah,
Grace,
my mind thinks. Well, Magnolia, I'll be honest, my mind starts thinking all types of scenarios. My brain is trying to process this, and I don't want to spread out misinformation. We're just speculating. I'm speculating. It just makes me wonder, you got a plane, Mexican, you got a lot of people from Mexico on the plane. They said that everybody on the entire plane was from Mexico. They were, a child had to get life-saving medical and was going to go to Springfield, Missouri to refuel and end up going back to Tijuana. That's what's being reported by the media. But my mind starts thinking nefarious things. Like, is this a cartel? Did the cartel do anything about this? Because of the fact that, the new administration declared war on the cartel. But then I'm thinking, why would they kill a child? So I'm just saying here, my mind's all over the place here.
Ground injured.
In a bad, nefarious aspect. But again, probably a terrible accident.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's the case because, like I said before, when we were talking about the other plane crash in DC, I mean, hopefully it's a case of incompetence. People were distracted on the job. People were overworked. Those types of factors, because the alternative is very scary to think about if this was something intentional. That is a whole entire different story. But Grace made a good point. These small plane crashes happen all the time, but they don't make the national news typically, because it's usually like a small Cessna, and you'll hear you'll see like a couple articles about it, but it typically doesn't get this like major news coverage. This one obviously will, because it's right in the middle of a city and one of the biggest cities in the country at that.
The 6th biggest city in the country, or fifth or sixth. It's big. I mean, that's a very populated area. You know, Philly has 2 airports. It's not the main airport it flew out of. Actually flew out of the smaller Northeast airport. So yeah, we'll just continue to monitor this, and you know, it just seems like, I don't know if we're going to get the information tonight, but I mean, we pretty much got the up-to-date assessment, and I'm sure tomorrow at first light we'll get a more understanding of the scene, and also subsequent press conferences, and keep on this story, just like we're on the story in Washington, D.C. You know, there's still a lot of unanswered questions about the Washington, D.C. incident. So now you got two big problems here with aviation on the Trump administration's plate, and on the American public at this point, because, you know, again, this is not going to deter me from getting on a plane. If I have to tomorrow, I'd get on a plane without hesitation, but it does, you know, back to back. A lot of people are probably like, what in the world is up? What's going on here? Seeing these things.
Yeah, this angle here, this was someone's dash cam. This one's crazy. You can see, if you look straight forward, you can see the plane. There's a little dot there. There, it's coming down.
Look at the angle.
You see it?
That is crazy. That's literally like a bomb being dropped. That is crazy. Literally crazy, folks. It just does it. I mean, wow. So all I can say is just wow. Wow.
Yeah, and there's also some conflicting questions about whether or not this plane has a black box. I would think that it would be required to have that, right? It's a Learjet.
Yeah, I don't know the rules and laws regarding that, but you would assume it would have one.
Yeah.
We'll know more about that tomorrow. We'll do the research tonight.
Yeah, and DJ had made a good point. I'll put that info back up on the screen about the plane itself. Yeah, so this is not like a little, what we normally see when we talk about these small plane crashes. Typically those are like Cessnas, very small. This is a Learjet, which is extremely fast, for one thing. It carries a lot of fuel, like DJ mentioned. And it can go a range of 2,100 miles, because it does carry a lot of fuel. Not to mention, like we said before, the other chemicals and oxygen and different things that would have been on board. I can easily imagine a plane like that exploding just like this when it hits the ground. So, yeah, best case, it's a terrible accident. Yeah, we'll keep following it and see what else comes out.
Yeah. Praying for all the first responders, victims, everyone on the street, everyone affected. Philadelphia, stay strong. This is an area where I grew up, Philadelphia area. Know this area quite well. Even though I'm very disappointed at how Philadelphia is ran and the tough on crime and everything like that, I never want to see anything like this happen to anybody. Just a nightmare. It's horrible. It's horrible, horrible. So our thoughts and prayers are with all the first responders, victims, police, everybody out there, personnel. Hopefully something good out of this happens. Something good out of this, but man, tough night. We'll continue to be on it, folks. We're going to sign.
Cool, Phil. Follow me.